Okay, good morning everybody, welcome back. Just a couple of matters. We'd like to go on and hear from the submitter first up, and then we've got a few things we just want to ask some questions that are playing on our minds overnight, just clarifications. Then we're going to hear from Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale, we've got a couple of restrictions around Mr. Todd. He can only go before 11 or after 2. We would prefer to hear from him this morning because we don't have a lot of questions for him. So we're thinking we might take it as far as we can with you, sir, and then break in at 10:30 if that's okay with you. Hear from him and then we'll flip back to you after him. Okay? Okay, Mr. Reyes, are you there this morning?
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Reyes. Welcome. We have read the submission from Matariki Forests, so no need to repeat that, but obviously we're in your hands and here to listen.
No, thank you, and thanks for giving me the opportunity. I think the key point from Matariki Forest and the AVA Timber joint venture perspective is that in allowing the harbour dredging to go ahead will remove a huge constraint to our current program of export, and also remove a constraint to the additional costs that South Island ports face in exporting from New Zealand compared with their North Island counterparts. And at present, as you know, when we bring a vessel into Southport, we can load under deck to approximately 22 to 25,000 cubic metres of radiata pine logs, and then we must go somewhere else to finish the vessel before it departs New Zealand for Asia. Southport, you may or may not know, is a very important part of our India log export program until the methyl bromide rules were changed last year. If I can give you some sort of financial context here, at the moment we're in a very volatile period of the freight market, and shipping out of the North Island, New Zealand, say Tauranga, Napier or Marsden Point. 3 weeks ago we were chartering vessels and they were in the mid-70s, that's US dollars, mid-70s per cubic metre for freight. To come out of the South Island where we were linking up a vessel with, for example, Bluff and Lyttelton to finish, we were looking at the mid-80 US dollars per cubic metre freight. So, it's a significant hurdle for the South Island, and that comes straight off the bottom line to the forest owners and the exporters. By being able to finish vessels in Southport, what it would do is firstly reduce the amount of steaming around the New Zealand coast to a second finishing port, which obviously reduces the emissions. And secondly, it gives a better financial return to the forest owners and to the Southland region as a whole. So we're obviously very, very keen and fully support the move to dredge and deepen the harbour to enable vessels to be full and complete. There's another benefit at times of severe congestion as well, in the sense that if you're one port loading a log ship, you're only running the risk of congestion at that one port. Where that vessel has to go north to Lyttelton or further north to the North Island, there is a lot of congestion with other log ships trying to finish in ports like Napier and Tauranga. So again, you're adding time to the voyage, you're adding cost to the voyage because that congestion comes back in terms of demurrage cost. Demurrage cost at the moment sitting around $35,000 a day. So every day waiting is literally $1 a cubic meter off the log price. So there's as I say, that's a further benefit to being able to single port load and finish in Southport. Look, in terms of the submission, we don't have a lot more to add apart from talking about those commercial elements and the benefits of obviously employment to the Southland region, and the benefits to the forest owners who are investing in the Southland region. So more than happy to answer any questions, but I certainly don't want to hold up the hearing's time for the sake of me walking chapter and verse through the submission.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Raes. Any questions?
Yeah, just one question. You say that currently the ships that get loaded at Bluff would have 22 to 25,000 tonnes, and they get topped up either at Lyttelton or another port. So how many additional tonnage of wood gets loaded up at the other ports?
Look, typically it would be in the range of 12, 14,000. If you imagine a log ship, 2/3 of the cargo sits under deck and 1/3 sits on deck in, rule of thumb.
So it's another like 50% gets loaded on, is that
correct?
And with the dredging that's proposed, you could fully laden those log ships here in Bluff, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Raes. I don't have any questions for you. Your submission's very clear. So thanks for your time listening in yesterday so you could bring an up-to-date submission to us this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you.
No, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Okay, well, just before we hear from Mr. Beale, there was some questions Commissioner Liefring had in terms of trying to fill a few gaps at the moment. One thing I wanted to request, and it does partly relate to this table, is we'd like to request a summary record of the maintenance dredging and volumes and timings, perhaps over the last 10-year period. And just an indication of where that maintenance dredging has been undertaken as well would be helpful. So even if it was just in a table form, I'm not sure what kind of form you've provided that data to Environment Southland in the past, but for our purposes, just a summary table really of the volumes. Our understanding is everything is dumped out at the one disposal site, so we can assume that we know that. So it's really just the volumes, whereabouts it's being dredged from, and the timing of that over the last 10-year period.
Yeah, in my evidence, I've summarised the volume since 2006, but I can even break that.
That would be good.
We have the volumes. Yeah.
Right, I'll just pass over to Commissioner Liefring for some other clarifications.
Yeah, so obviously we have the benefit of overnight thinking about what we heard yesterday, and this is the avenue for us to explore certain matters and to, I guess, relay, progressive thoughts that we might have on certain things we heard yesterday. And so I'll just start off with the monitoring and management response approach that's being proposed, in particular the questioning I had of Ms. Miller in respect of the Tier 1, 2 and 3 issues. And as Commissioner McGarry said yesterday, it's not for us to suggest amendments to your proposal. In fact, we can't do that. But it's up to you to put forward to us what you're proposing. But I don't think there's anything wrong with us expressing our thoughts on concerns we might have with what's in front of us at the moment. And then you can cogitate over that and possibly put forward alternatives if you think it's feasible and you agree with those. But it's really that at the moment, certainly for me, and Commissioner McGarry, you might be of the same view, is that the answers that we received yesterday doesn't give us or me much confidence at the moment on how those triggers will be established and what would happen if, say, the correlation between NTU and SECI depth isn't good. And it appears that it hasn't been that well thought through at the moment, and there's a lack of baseline information as well, because Ms Miller did confirm that ideally that information would have been gathered by now, so that those relationships between NTU and SECI depths would have been established, and you could come forward with a set of conditions which had the numbers for those tiers, either in the conditions or in the management plan, what have you. But it just seems like it's a little bit premature, and certainly, as we said yesterday, it's not appropriate for those to be derived after consent is granted, such that Environment Southland gets put in a position potentially of certifying those, because it's derogating our responsibility as decision makers. Those are quite critical environmental protection thresholds or bottom lines that we really think we should have in front of us, because they're quite critical. And it appears that the assessment of what the effects of the dredging would have on sensitive environments has been quite qualitative. In Ms Miller's report that's in the application, there's been no modelling done. And we note that there's a hydrodynamic model that's been developed for the port and the harbour and the outer area. But for some reason, it hasn't been used to actually model what is the likely TESS or turbidity at not only a mixing zone of 200 metres or whatever the nominal number is, but more importantly, the sensitive environments that have been identified. And I think Mr Peacock identifies in his 42-hour report, it's quite common at other dredging operations that modelling gets done as part of the consent application. And certainly for the refinery case that Commissioner McGarry and I were involved with, that was definitely done, and it would form quite a critical part of the evidence. That's not to say that you have to do that modelling, but it seems quite qualitative assessment at the moment, and I guess it's the issue about deriving those triggers after the consent is granted, based on monitoring that's going to be done after the consent is granted, which is a residual issue certainly for me. And I don't know how that's easily resolved. But I thought I'd just put that out there at the moment as a current thing in the back of my head. I don't know if it's the same with you, Commissioner McGarry, but it's something that I feel it's worth relaying now rather than leaving it to writing up a decision. One thing I'm very keen to do, and we talked about this yesterday, and I've drawn up my own very sketchy table here, is the components of the application which relate to, you've got a proposal. Part of that proposal includes maintenance dredging, both of soft sediment and fractured rock, which currently exists in the channel. My understanding, and I want this confirmed or otherwise, is that the maintenance works, the maintenance dredging in the berths and the swinging basin area, down to a certain level, will be done as a permitted activity. And then in the channel, the backhoe excavation of the fractured rocks down to chart datum 9.2, which is 10 point something draft, is being done under the deemed permit. So my first question is, the maintenance dredging in the berths and the swinging basin, under a permitted activity, to what chart datum are you allowed to do it as a permitted activity as maintenance dredging? Does anybody know that off the top of their heads?
So if I respond to that, and Frank can chip in if I'm correct. So turning it around and dealing with the channel first.
Yeah, okay.
The proposal is to remove the previously blasted and fractured rock to 9.2 datum, exactly as you say.
Under the deemed permit.
Under the deemed
Yep.
permit. So that's certainly the position. In terms of the swinging basin and berth pockets, I'm not aware of any intention to maintenance dredge to a greater depth than what's currently there. That is part of this proposal. So the deemed permit only deals with the hard rock removal that was previously blasted, so that the dredging, or suction dredging in the swinging basin and berth pockets is all part of this application to drop the depth to the new depths specified in the application. So there's no intention to maintenance dredge to a deeper draft than what's currently in play at the moment.
The current bathymetry.
Exactly, yeah.
Is that
That's
correct?
correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Approval, the 1980 approval was chapter 1.
So the discussion on doing maintenance dredging as a permitted activity within the swinging basin and berth is a moot point. It's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
just the channel.
Yes,
Okay,
that would, I
okay.
think the discussion about that is it would be only permitted to the depths that have been achieved from capital.
Yeah, that's my
So-
question.
Exactly, so
Yeah.
if Southport dredged today for maintenance,
Yeah.
it's to maintain the current depth. Assuming this permit is granted to drop the depth to a deeper chart datum as has been sought, then permitted maintenance dredging would maintain that depth over time in the berth pocket and swinging basins. But there's no proposition on the table that you need to consider that there's maintenance dredging dropping the depths from what's currently in place.
Okay, that's clear. So the only overlap is in the channel area where the project volumes, the 40,000 cubic metres, is a combination of deemed permit volume plus new capital works to get rid of the hard rock through blasting and drilling. So the target depths in the berths is 10.7. Okay.
They have to be deeper than berth.
Yeah.
Yes.
9.45 in the swinging basin
Yes.
and 9.7 in the channel.
Yes.
Just on that, so table 1 of Ms Miller's evidence, which is also in the application, which has got all the volumes of different sections of, or zones of the, it suggests that the zone C, which is the channel, has 9.45 as the chart.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
And just to clarify that 9.7 runs to like midway in the swing basin as well, before then going to 9.45. It's easier to.
Oh yeah, that's section E.
Yep,
Yep.
it's all shown.
You okay with that?
So the correction on the table from Ms Miller's evidence, just so that we've all got that. Table 1, page 8.
Yeah. That's right. The target depth for zone C is 9.7.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, not 9.45.
Yeah, C's the channel, so it should be 9.7.
And it extends up through into zone E and B11 is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at that figure 2,
Yeah, on the other side.
you know that cyan colour.
It's shown on figure 1 on the previous page.
Yeah.
The zone. Okay, no, that's good. So what we don't know is of the 40,000 in the channel, how much of that is maintenance dredging versus capital dredging at the moment?
Yeah, but easy to work out. But yeah, don't have the number.
And the initial part of the works is to take that loose rock out as under the deemed permit, and that will go to the soft sediment disposal site, and any of the hard rock that gets blasted and excavated gets taken to the rock disposal site, the new site.
Yes.
So in terms of the volumes, I'm just wanting to clarify that as well. So if we just look at table 1, for the channel area, the volume is 20,502, and then there's a bit of over depth of 9,000, giving a total of 29,612. That's a current estimate, I presume.
At the time of the survey, yes,
And that's a combined maintenance
yes,
and capital,
yes,
and you're applying for 40,000.
yes.
And the difference there is,
And I can appreciate when you blast rock, you don't know how big the piece of rock is going to come out of the ground.
Yeah.
And what you have to move out of the channel, so you do need some flexibility in your volumes. It's not like you can break into a nice straight line. There's going to be some big chunks of
margin of error and all that.
margin of error. Yeah.
And for the berth and swinging basin, the numbers aren't separated out clearly, so there's like a combined volume
Yes,
of 120,000 being applied for,
yes,
and the figures that we've been given from Ms. Miller's table, and the actual target volume is 68,122. Then you've got some over dredging of 34,900 to give you a combined 103,040,
yes.
and you've applied for 120,000. Is that for the same
There's
reason?
margin of error again. And
And all of that is capital dredging, because you're not doing any maintenance dredging, as we talked about right at the start.
Correct.
yeah,
Yes.
Okay, great.
That extra is recognising that the survey was done in 2019 and the seabed can move around, and so that 120 needs to allow for whatever might happen since the survey was done.
So in respect of the fact that the channel dredging is a combination of the two, of the deemed permit and this consent if it's granted, the monitoring that you're proposing is primarily to do with the soft sediment areas being dredged, but there is some monitoring obviously for the channel stuff. So is it fair for us to say that that monitoring will cover both the maintenance and the capital dredging effects of the channel work, which is a combination of the two? It's almost like it's a cumulative effects monitoring program for those two activities, the deemed permit activities and the capital dredging in the channel.
Probably two answers to that. The first is if the project is contracted with some contractors to get and do the maintenance dredging sweep initially and then straight into the capital, absolutely. If it transpires that those works are separated by years, possibly not. If the initial maintenance dredge occurs in isolation from any further capital works, potentially not. But as you heard, the company, the plan is to do it all next year as a plan, but they just don't know that for certain.
My last series of questions relates to the proposal to use the backhoe dredger 24/7 and the reasons for that. And I just want to take you through some calculations that I made based on the evidence. And I'm trying to get my head around the reason why you need 24/7. So my understanding is that all things going to plan, the blasting of the rock, there'll be one blast per day on the whole, and that one blast will create 600 cubes of rock. That's what it says in the application. And it says allowing for tidal cycles, but I'm not sure what that means, because I don't think there's a limitation on doing the blasting on an ebb tide or anything like that. So let's just assume 600 cubes a day. You've got 40,000 cubes, worst case, but that includes the maintenance dredging component. So the actual amount of rock you're going to be blasting is much less than 40,000, right? So even if you use 40,000 cubes, divide that by 600 cubes per day, that's 66 days of blast days. It's going to be a lot less than that because of that maintenance component. And yet you've allowed for 120 days over 8 months for that blasting, if I read the application right. And then that material that you've blasted is put into a hopper barge with a backhoe, and that hopper barge holds 240 cubes, takes an hour and a half to fill that with the backhoe. So if you've got 600 cubes per day to remove at 240 cubes, that's 2.5 loads per day for the hopper. And then, so that each one of those takes 1.5 hours. Then you've got transit time to the disposal site and then back. My question is, why do you need to do the operation 24/7?
I'd like to call Mr. Boyle to give
Please.
evidence to you on
Yeah.
that, but I can provide a submission or
Sure.
a response. But then, Frank, do you want to come up and I'll ask you questions to answer the Commissioner's questions on that? So, I can explain, and then Mr. Boyle will ask questions and he can give you evidence. But the position is simply that, exactly as you say, there'll be drilling, blasting, and the port is still operational during all of this work. So there'll be ships coming and going. Once a blast happens, then there's rock lifted, displaced from where it was, and the idea is that the backhoe then needs to get in and remove that rock and place it in the rock disposal area prior to next ship movement.
Yeah.
And so the right that is being sought is for the backhoe to be able to operate 24/7 to achieve that prior to next ship movement. The applicant's not saying it will operate 24/7, but it needs to have the ability to do so, to get in and lift that 600 cubes and dispose of it to keep the channel operating at its posted depth without the possibility that there's lifted or displaced rock from the previous blast. So that's the explanation on behalf of the company. If I can ask Mr. Boyle to explain it, and he'll do it maybe in similar terms. Mr.
So just before you do that, can
Yes.
I ask the question then, is it possible to schedule that so that that operation doesn't occur during dawn and dusk when there's issues potentially with little penguins? That's, yeah, just
So Mr. Boyle, you've heard the discussion. Would you be able to explain to the commissioners?
I guess when you come up with a program like this, yeah, it's all good. Oh, we're going to do 600 cubes a day, one after the other. But some days you may not be able to do 600 cubes. There's a lot of variabilities in that. It's an operational port, so there'll be times when the contractor is going to have to not be doing anything in the channel because that's where the ships come in. So there's going to be a lot of delays. Just because we're dealing with an operational port, there's weather that comes into it, there's breakdowns, there's a lot of whole variables that we're trying to put on that program, and it's not as easy as saying, oh yeah, 600 cubes a day, then it'll only take us 2 months. There's a whole ream of stuff that we have to take into consideration in order to come up with our program.
so I just think that the confusion may lie in the words, it's a 24/7 operation.
Yeah, so
And when I saw that, I thought, this is going on for 8 months backhoe. When I worked out the volumes and how, but I fully understand now what you're saying. There's a whole bunch of constraints.
and during
During
the day, it's unlikely to drill because it's the same machine that's going to be doing the drilling.
Yeah.
So that's going to be not
Yeah.
doing any dredging during the day. It needs the ability to move the rock that it fractured during the day. It needs to move it at night in order to allow the channel to be navigable, allow the ships to keep coming in.
But even when it's working at night doing the loading up, it's only for an hour and a half or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's right.
Take the stuff away, maybe another hour and a half, and then you got rid of your 600 for that day.
Yeah,
And then it might not do that for another few days because there's other things going on.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so I think it's just the language that I read, 24/7
Yeah.
operation, yeah. So,
Yeah.
but you've clarified that. But
Your other key limitation is you've only got the one backhoe operating at any one time, so that's,
Doing both
yeah.
activities.
So that's actually a key limitation in the conditions, isn't it, to pick up?
Yeah.
Because that will mean you actually can't operate 24/7.
And there'll be times when they're setting the charges, all that, you're not gonna have people dredging while they're in the water doing all that.
No, that's very useful, and thank you for clarifying that. So that's all we've got for now. That's really useful.
As Commissioner Efring has pretty clearly articulated, and I just want to underscore it again, that any of our questions and discussions don't have any hallmarks of predetermination of where we're thinking. We're very much sitting here with open minds, and both Commissioner Efring and I have had situations where we've come out of a hearing, made a decision, gone through the evidence and gone full circle by the time we've written the decision. So that gives an indication of how we both just swing there in the wind until we land where the evidence points us. So in terms of this issue of triggers, there's certainly no predetermination on that, but we're just indicating to you what we see as a very significant hurdle in our ability to be able to sign off that there is going to be this level of protection for the environment because of this condition, and we just leave that with you.
I appreciate
So
that. Thank
we
you.
mean that is a helpful.
Yeah. No, it's taken that spirit. We will talk about that, and whether we come back today or in the reply with suggestions, talk to the client about that.
Yeah.
We'll figure out the best approach.
And we're obviously not aware of all the discussions that you're having with contractors and all those issues that are about financial and availability and things like that. But even this morning's discussion again raises for me this perhaps potential of doing the project in two halves, which may help in terms of collecting information for the triggers for the second half of the, but again, those three quite big issues we've raised are all quite interrelated really in terms of allowing more time for data collection and figuring this out. Okay, Mr. Beale.
Beale. You confirm your name is Simon Herbert Beale?
That's correct.
You hold the qualifications, position and experience set out in paragraphs 2 through 5 of your brief of evidence?
That's correct.
I have two questions to ask you from matters arose during the course of the hearing before you answer Commissioner's questions. The first is the issue that was raised about Section 107 of the Resource Management Act and its applicability to this project, including what might be an appropriate zone of reasonable mixing in the context of that section. Has that been addressed in the application, and can you provide the Commissioners your view on that issue, please?
Yes, certainly. So in the application, page 102, the RMA considerations, yes, I provided an assessment of Section 107. What the discussions that were had yesterday, including your questioning as well as the answers provided, gives me confidence, further confidence that the disposal of the dredged sediment at the disposal site will not give rise to matters such as conspicuous ores and greases, any changes or conspicuous changes in colour or clarity, objectionable odours or other effects on aquatic life, based on those answers provided by Mr. Tier and as well.
And have you considered, from your perspective, the recommended zone of reasonable mixing that was put forward by those other witnesses, and do you have a view about that? If you can. My experience with mixing zones has generally been in the freshwater environment, where generally 200 metres is applied
I guess it's a completely different effects scenario, but 200 metres is pretty generous, but I would consider it's appropriate in this situation, particularly in relation to any particular changes in colour and visual clarity. Added to that, the evidence particularly around the need to restrict the disposal to avoid flat tides or periods when there's little or no wave action, I understand from the evidence of both Mr. Terry and Ms. Miller, will mean the rapid dispersion of that sediment, particularly the silts component, beyond the disposal area and out into the southwest channel.
Okay. One other issue.
Just before you, are you going on to the next question?
I was, Commissioner.
Just want to talk about 107.
Yes.
So am I right, Mr. Beale, that in the application you cover what section 107 is, but does the application itself go into defining and describing what the zone of reasonable mixing should be, or was that just all come out yesterday as a 200
It's
metre?
come out yesterday. I was hedging on that one at that stage in preparing the application.
And you seem to be quite specific in your discussion just now on the disposal of the material at the dump sites as opposed to the activity of dredging. Is 107 applicable? Have you applied for a discharge, a coastal permit to discharge at the dredging locations?
I can answer it this way. The discussions I've had with the dredging operator and also the dredging consultant that Southport consults with, and you'll see that we have, and I'll talk about this in a proposed condition of consent, is to avoid, where possible, any overspill from the trailer suction hopper dredge while it's dredging. The intention is to avoid that kind of activity occurring during dredging. Now, there's a possibility that there may be some spill, but as Ms. Miller explained yesterday, that the intention of why you do that, particularly, again, the silt component, is to avoid that plume becoming spread out from the hopper dredge, to contain that.
Because my understanding of those dredges is that they do discharge to maximise how much material they store before they go and dump through the overflow, which they then put a green valve on to minimise sediment in that discharge. But is the application include a discharge from the hopper?
Yes, I mean, the way it's worded at the moment would suggest, yes, that there's a discharge from the hopper.
Yeah.
As well as at the disposal field.
Yeah, so is that the application includes a discharge, a coastal permit for that?
It covers that eventuality.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point, but certainly from the evidence I've been hearing both yesterday, but also as a result of dialogue with the dredging consultant, then obviously that's a matter where they would like to try to avoid happening, the overspill event.
And that's a discharge from the vessel, but when you are disturbing the seabed, there's also a discharge into the water column.
Yes,
So is that a coastal permit to discharge contaminants to water?
yes, it is, because there's a cutout at the bottom of that suction, but again, the dredging consultant talked about not using jets.
Yeah.
So again, they're trying to mitigate the measures of reducing that. But I take your point, it's still a discharge.
It's a discharge. So section 107 applies to the disturbance of the seabed, the discharge from the dredge itself, if it overflows, and the disposal at the disposal sites.
Correct.
And a 200 metre zone is deemed to be appropriate for all three of those pathways.
From the evidence I've heard.
So when you use the term, and I think Ms Miller used the term overspill, is that the same as overflow that would come through a green valve?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. The green valve, as it was explained to me, was to reduce the amount of air that's entrained within the silt. And the idea is that you let it fall through, allows it not to stay in suspension. In other words, if it's in suspension, obviously it can drift, but the idea is to let it fall through the water column.
Yes. just one more
Yes,
on the
certainly.
mixing zone. Yesterday we asked some questions about the monitoring of that. Would that be monitored both observationally in the consent as well as through any developed trigger levels?
The conversation, the gist of what I picked up yesterday would be observational.
Is that something that would be done intermittently while the dredging activity is occurring? What would,
I think it's the critical, that observation would be critical when you're disposing of the silt component of the soft sediment. We're talking a week, a period of up to a week.
but you just said that you were pretty confident on the disposal, that the activity that's the risky activity is the dredging activity. So I guess my question was more aimed at when would the observational monitoring be required? Because for someone to stand on the dredge vessel and do that is difficult. It needs somebody with some distance.
Yes, that's dredging in the berth pockets where you've got the higher silt component. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So it would be sort of a continuous observation while dredging in the berth pockets.
And that's probably a validation exercise as much as anything else.
And then that would address your section 1, your clarity change in
The conspicuous colour change.
conspicuous colour. Yes. And then there would be the monitoring, whatever monitoring finally comes up with in terms of the water column effects.
Yes, you talk about the TIER approach.
Yes, in terms of Ms Miller's evidence, yes.
So there's a correlation there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next topic then, Mr. Beale, it relates to evidence given by Dr. Childerhouse, and in answers to questions, I think he accepted that it would be appropriate and probably, in his view, sensible to have the ability for a marine fauna observer to be stationed on a vessel, in addition to the 3 land-based positions. Having heard that, can you have a look at your paragraph 194 of your evidence? In which you quite categorically stated at that time that there'd be no observers stationed on vessels. In light of what Dr. Childerhouse was recommending, have you reflected on what you said in para 194, and do you have any changes to make?
Yeah. Yes, that would need to, that's really a case that there would be some need for stationing of a observer on vessel from time to time, such as during rock breaking. That's my understanding.
So could you give the Commissioner's wording changes to 194, just so they're clear on that, please?
So that sentence should read that the observers would be stationed on shore and on vessels.
Vessels, plural, or vessel?
Sorry, vessel.
I'm going vessel.
Again, that's probably as the situation arises. I think that probably needs a qualifier there.
From time to time.
Yeah.
And is that an issue that you're going to address in conditions when you get to it?
Yes.
Yes.
If I could just add that there's a conversation I think we had with Commissioner Thring yesterday around the threshold shift zone versus the temporary threshold shift zone.
Right, and I know finally from me that you have reflected on various recommended alterations to the conditions that you heard yesterday overnight, and you wanted to talk to the Commissioners about your views about those. Do you want to take the Commissioners through those now? I suppose I'll ask the question of the Commissioners before I come to you. Mr. Beale wants to address you in principle on some of the things he's heard and respond in terms of what he wants to recommend. I planned he would explain those to you now, so you can hear those, and then we'll move to your questions, which may include on conditions and anything else. Is that? I think it would be helpful for you to hear that, because that might either address or add to your questions.
Well, what we might do is to double down, so if you could in principle maybe give us a run through of what things you agree with, and then we might get to your evidence, and then we might go through the conditions with you.
Yes.
So that we can get a little bit more detail if we need it and ask some questions about that. So in principle, if we know where you're going, that would be helpful.
Okay, I can provide an overview.
Yep.
If that's okay. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
so if I just take you to the conditions, each one, then I'll just be very prompt about it. So, condition 8, soft sediment dredging, for the limit of the period 1st April to 30th September. So we've got a 2-month extension. I'm recommending. I might add that and I'll bring this out further under questioning, is that approval, we have obtained written approval from both DOC and Forest and Bird to that extension. And I'll qualify that further in relation to the operational plan that Dr. Childerhouse and Ms. Miller has drafted.
Could you just please speak up about it?
sorry.
It's just, you're quite quiet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the approval is being passed both the Runanga and the Department of Conservation, did you say?
Department of Conservation and Forest and Bird as submitters.
Thank you. Thank you.
The drilling and blasting program, which is an insert based on the Section 42A report recommendation, would apply in a worst case scenario. However, as far as we do not agree with the insertion of the survey and photographing and documenting of conditions of structures. And I'll explain a bit further about that later.
So are you going to delete
Delete that second paragraph.
part of condition 10?
And that's a result of my discussions with, particularly with Mr. Tier. Moving on to condition 15, and I appreciate the conversations we've had this morning. Need for the establishment of a water clarity distances for each of the tiers. We will need to look at how we carefully craft a condition around that information being provided by a suitably qualified expert that would then be certified by council. So further work is required on that.
And probably an additional condition in terms of observational monitoring.
Also in there, that part of that condition 15 as a subset would be the GPS of the discharge of the sediment at the sediment disposal site to ensure that that is occurring in an even grid pattern, as Mr. Tier has discussed.
And a record keeping of that, yes.
Moving over to...
Sorry, to interrupt. Is there currently one in terms of the pre and the post bathymetric survey that he recommended to confirm that? So you do a pre-bathymetric survey at the disposal area? That's
16,
Oh,
condition
yes.
16. And then a period of 6 months thereafter. Repeat surveys.
Right, that's it, thank you.
Moving on to condition 23, around the marine fauna observation zones. The tables are provided for the permanent fish ocean, temporary fish ocean. We take your point about slight over complication of those tables, so that would be simplified into rows relating to blasting, which would be a scenario 3 blasting situation and rock breaking.
And it'll be the worst of all the numbers,
Correct.
of just both PTS and TTS.
Correct. I just would actually bring in our the withdrawal of wish to be heard by Department of Conservation, Forest and Bird. A lot of it was about this very matter, particularly as it's now documented in the operational plan.
I think the develops and braces approach from this side of the table, that we are very conscious that the withdrawal of the right to be heard is not the withdrawal of the submission itself. So what we will do, if there is some further conferencing and revision of conditions, we will circle back round to the submitters just to see if they've got any comments on that revised set of conditions, which will be a reasonably short process of allowing, 10 working days or so to provide any feedback on those by way of a track change document, which we would also do for the reporting officer as well, so that they get their final look.
Yes, and I think there was a qualifier in their letter relating to that extension to the soft sediment on the basis that there is no changes to, in this case, the water operational plan.
Yes.
Just in terms of those PTS, TTS tables, where did you land on Dr. Childerhouse's suggestion on the PTS would definitely be monitored, but all attempts would be done to identify fauna within the TTS? Are there changes to conditions to reflect that? Because at the moment, the conditions seem to apply to both, and it's always the TTS, which is the bigger zone.
Yeah. I take your point. The intention is to do whatever you can to make that work where practical.
So a condition has to be enforceable and certain.
Yeah.
So I don't know how enforceable or certain that sort of language would be.
That's something that we'll look at further in terms of how we craft that. Moving on to condition 26. So we would include that plan as an annexure to the conditions. Within this suite of conditions, between 25 and 34, sorry to be vague, there would be a condition, and I take the point around in the unlikely event of a mortality of any of those 4 faunal groups, that there would be reporting function associated with that.
You mentioned mortality there. Does that include injury?
Injury, mortality, yep, that's the wording used in a wildlife permit. Additionally, and in discussions again around what you're questioning to Dr. Stevenson around the little penguins, and particularly in that shoulder August-September period, we acknowledge, and I think I've had a subsequent conversation with Dr. Stevenson, that yes, there is a potential residual adverse effect that relates to breeding pairs arriving and deciding not to breed as a result of a disturbance or disruption. So we could have what's, as Dr. Childerhouse talks about, a displacement effect, where the birds will seek out another nesting site. This is before chicken provision. This is before even egg laying, or at the time of egg laying. So we're Southport is comfortable in offering up an offset in that respect, which would be such as provision of nest boxes or additional predator control to what's already occurring on the Maitaitai shoreline.
Will that be specified in conditions as to what that offset will be?
Yes, we'll look at that and craft words around what those measures would be.
So that could be Southport doing something themselves in combination with Department of Conservation, or it could be a monetary contribution to somebody already doing work in the area.
So I can't provide you any details at this stage. We just moved to condition 42, noise control. The word rock breaking was missing. Described, it should read drilling, rock breaking and dredging, combined with the noise. In there, within the noise control suite of conditions, there will be a condition around the validation of Mr. Styles' modelling noise levels. Move to public notification, condition 56.
In terms of Mr. Styles' comments about that it would be sensible to have a procedure to deal with noise complaints and what would happen, is that something that could be a condition linked to the management plan or something?
Yes, well, that would, I consider would be addressed under condition 57, management actions taken to address a complaint.
So there'll be a bit of a fleshing out of that in terms of a noise complaint in particular?
That should read as a cause of a noise complaint.
So this condition, in your view, is just for noise, is it?
It should say including noise complaints, because there could be complaints on a whole bunch of things.
It's a vibration.
I actually wonder, Mr. Beale, whether it might be better over with the noise control, you know, just having an additional specific to noise, which gives you just your general complaints in 57, maybe getting some advice and guidance from Mr. Styles as to, you know, what a standalone condition on in the event. Because it's a very difficult one, isn't it? A lot of regional councils rely on the district councils to hold noise recording devices. So it would be good to have a condition that required Southport to take action or whatever if the council said there was validity to the concern raised, that would trigger, you know, some guidance as to what would be done by the consent holder.
And that would be the direction given in the condition.
I think so. I think that's what Mr. Styles, I've recorded here, that he said it would be sensible to have a procedure to deal with noise complaints as a condition. Or at least linking that basic condition to a management plan procedure.
It could be a management procedure rather than management plan procedure.
Yes, I'm not sure. Mr. Styles is your man?
I'll discuss that.
No, because there is no noise management plan. You know, that's often with the construction when you have a noise management plan, but so it would be best to sit as a standalone condition probably.
Yes, thank you. Condition 56, again, we're just providing more surety as to who those owners and occupiers of those properties on Marine Parade are. So, and there's also Gore Street. So Mr. Styles has numbered 1 to 12 Gore Street in numbers, and I can't remember the exact numbers, up to 262 Marine Parade. That will be specified, and there will be reference to a map. As a manager.
So the words predominantly on Marine Parade, it would be changed to the addresses in a map. Good.
The last but not least is condition 58, lapse date. As you have heard from Mr. Gare, Southport has strong reasons why that lapse date should be the 31st December 2031.
Just a small point that you didn't address, Commissioner Leffering asked about it, in the table for the PTS and TTS, it did just with one chart. Did you consider that, and were you going to change that at all?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that should just read sea lion, penguins, sharks. Ms. Miller talked about seven-girled shark as being the predominant species.
And is it your intention, as you've indicated, to work up a revised set of conditions with those changes that you've outlined this morning?
Yes, so those will be provided as set to Mr. Garbutt as part of his final reply. Sorry, the right reply.
Please answer any other questions.
What we'll do is we might circle back to the conditions because we've probably got some other things that didn't necessarily come up with witnesses and conditions in general. So we might start with your evidence, Mr. Beale. What we'll do is we'll just carry on now and we'll break at 10:15 so that we can come back at 10:30 for Mr. Todd. My first question was about the displacement of little penguins, and you've addressed that, so you do acknowledge now that there is potential for that based on yesterday's response to questions. And would you, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, what would you evaluate that as now, the potential for that displacement effect?
I would still see it as minor. Based on my experience working on the Inner Harbour Works in Oamaru, for example, where little penguins are also a species. And also on the basis that the resilience of those as a bird species to disturbances.
In that displacement effect, would it also be an acknowledgement of the cumulative impact? Because one thing that struck both of us, I think, from Dr. Stevenson's evidence, is that he very much talked about that they live in a very noisy place with birds and with cats and road and noise and things like that. In our view, that amplifies the potential for cumulative effects. So would you also acknowledge that this project has the potential cumulative effect on those birds?
That's a fair comment, yes, agree.
Now, I think it's clarified the acoustic harassment device that you talk about will be underwater. Yes. And the applicant, I'm on paragraph 29 now, the applicant, we've tested the evidence as we went through with each witness. Is it still the applicant's view that setting the hours of the operations from 7:30 a.m. till 6 p.m. is the reflects the no operating in daylight or avoiding that dawn to dusk?
I rely on Dr. Stevenson's evidence, but I'm comfortable with those hours, yes.
And in terms of Commissioner Leffrin's question this morning about the backhoe and the 24-hour operation, is there any need for any reconsideration perhaps of that, avoiding the dawn to dusk period in particular, recognising that they could operate 24/7? Is there any validity in avoiding that dawn to dusk period of the backhoe operating? And we're probably thinking about the little penguins again transiting through and foraging.
I think I need a little bit more time to consider that question, if you don't mind. I'm appreciative of the operational issues that Mr. Royal has conveyed to you. Can I just ask, Madam Chair, that's the August-September period particularly that you were talking about?
Yes, I mean, that's something you can think about, but I guess it's the concern that Commissioner Leffring raised today, there's two sides, isn't there, to the 24-hour backhoe. One's the community, and we don't seem to have anybody that's raised any amenity concerns. But in terms of the evidence we have about creatures, one of the key avoidance seems to be avoiding that dawn to dusk period, and I guess it's taking that into account for the backhoe operation, whether or not it's necessary or with what species. I'm just looking at your paragraph 64. And it's your last sentence there says, Ms Miller, however, considers the likelihood of suspended sediment being transported at concentrations that might be of ecological concern is small. Is that a effect which is of low probability but could have high potential impact given the ecological values?
If you're talking about a seagrass bed,
Yes.
I would concur, yes.
We won't talk about triggers.
Thank you.
Actually, paragraph 71 is where I've made that note about the dawn to dusk as well. Were you relying on Ms Miller's evidence there of avoiding that? And just as we went through the conditions, in terms of your paragraph 75D, I've just got a note there, how long before would you use the acoustic harassment device? And I think that condition,
I think it was an hour.
yes, so that condition length there needs to be. And then one of your witnesses picked up that if operations were to cease for any period of time, that would need to go through the whole procedure again. It would go for at least an hour before a blasting or drilling would occur.
That's right.
Paragraph 11 of your evidence, Mr. Beale. 111, sorry, 111. Yes, hold on, I'm taking you backwards. Horrifying. You're relying there on Mr. Stevenson's evidence they are unlikely to cause significant harm to molting penguins. Would you acknowledge that that's the wrong threshold here, that the threshold is in fact to avoid adverse effects?
Correct.
So just on that subject, it relates to paragraph 162 where you talk about policy 11, which is where the avoid stems from. I asked Dr. Childerhouse the question, and I'll ask it of you because he didn't answer the question. The avoidance of effects on threatened or protected species, taxa, what's your understanding of the level of effect that avoidance relates to? Is it to an individual? Is it to the local population, or is it to the national population of that species?
We can talk about little penguin, is that
No, just as a general.
general? My understanding would be at a species index in terms of an individual and at a community level.
So when you say communities, would that be akin to local population? So
That's affected by particular works.
So provided the effects are not such that that local population is not sustainable, that passes the test of avoidance.
Yes.
So you could have an effect on an individual, and that would still constitute avoiding an effect under policy 11, is your understanding.
You're still sustaining the population.
the local population.
I don't see that displacement, for example, as a result of cumulative effects, represents a adverse effect on the population.
Are there some species where an individual would be? I think Dr. Childerhouse kind of answered the question by giving some examples that if there was an adverse effect on an orca, a killer whale, for example, that would be significant, just one individual. And I think the other species he brought up was the bottlenose dolphin in this area. Are there any other species that could be at an individual level based on the evidence?
I think of the Fobo shag has a threat classification of nationally threatened vulnerable. The evidence of Dr. Stevenson suggests that there would again be a deterrence or avoidance of the area. Doesn't necessarily translate to breeding success, or rather that's the implication that I drew from his reply to that. To your question.
So just to understand this displacement effect again, and I'm looking at your paragraph 112, and you've said that it could interfere with foraging to a distance of 2 kilometres, and then that Mr. Stevens says that 10 kilometres is about the extent of their range. My question is a 2 kilometre radius displacement within a 10 kilometre radius, is that small? Is that relatively small as a proportion of their foraging area?
Yeah, my interpretation of Dr. Stevenson's evidence is that it is a small part of their foraging range.
Not noting that 2 kilometres is still in question as to the genesis of that number.
Yes, again, I'm relying on Dr. Stevenson in terms of his...
But he's relying on Stiles's, and Stiles couldn't, Dr. Pine couldn't answer.
Right.
Yeah, it's still an outstanding matter on the shopping list, I think.
Yes, that's right, in terms of the validation of that 2 kilometres.
Where it's from.
Yeah, through I think he's talking about putting down sound hydrophones. We discussed yesterday.
So would it be that the observation of, and I think it's not of the PTS rather than the TTS, because I think Dr. Childerhouse said that it wasn't practical or effective to do that. So with observation of the PTS, is it your view that adverse effects will be avoided to the greatest extent possible? Is that your...
Yes, that's correct. I concur.
or practicable? Is that the better word?
Anything's possible.
See, every word of our decision will be finely crafted to perfectionists.
I'll just alert you, commissioners, it's just a
Just
little bit after 4:15 in case you
Okay.
did want to break.
Well, we will break you. Thank you for reminding me. So we'll adjourn now and we'll come back at 10:30 and we'll have Mr. Todd. Great, thank you. Great. Okay, welcome back everybody. Mr. Todd, we've got you there, sir. Hello, Mr. Todd. Good morning.
Morning.
Well, I guess, Mr. Todd, we're at the point in proceedings where often our questions are a bit out of date now. I'm not sure yesterday what discussions you've had with Mr. Peacock or whether you've listened to much of the evidence. So we'd just like to start with an opportunity for you to really address us on anything that you'd like to at this point, and then we might move on to any questions that we've got.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I have listened to Mr. Tier's evidence this morning and listened to your questioning. Well, I've read his evidence, sorry, and listened to your questioning, noting your debate about mixing zones and disposal. I can't really add much to that discussion about what would be a reasonable mixing zone, but I would agree with Mr. Tier that in the disposal site, most of it is sand, and therefore it is just the silt component, which is mainly from berths 5, 6, 7, and 8, which would the potential to cause issues. But there will be a difference between a surface plume and a seabed plume, but it will be hard to determine what the seabed plume is against the natural environment that would be moving anyway. And in terms of his opinion about the dredging, the plume from a dredging, my experience with that is mainly around dredging sand sediments rather than the silt sediments, and that the plume from dredging of those with a trailer suction dredge is very small, but that did not include silts. So I can't really comment on how much the silt might contribute to a big plume in the dredge.
And in terms of the 200 metres, you've got nothing to add there in terms of your experience on that, and in terms of dredging from the berth pockets?
No, I really can't add to that discussion, I don't think.
So with regards to the dredging, Mr. Tier was also of the view that from his experience that there wasn't necessarily a requirement to have a restriction for that dredging to occur on the ebb tide. There's other reasons from an ecological point of view that we've heard that it should be done on an ebb tide, but from the coastal processes or plume production point of view, have you got a view on that?
I would agree that condition is mainly around ecological rather than coastal processes. But obviously the coastal processes and the ability to transport that fine material leads to the ecological potential effect. So they are linked. But I noted, as others have, that condition was offered by the applicant. So I never really tested whether that was required or not, because it was an offered condition.
Because I think he sort of said that the suction dredge would suck it all up in terms of the fines that are, I guess, stirred up during the dredging. You've just said that your main experience is with sand type of dredging, so you wouldn't have a view on or an opinion on how much disturbance you get from the silt or slightly silty sands?
Well, you with the sand, you do get disturbance, and there is sand put in suspension from the dredging. And we know that from our Parkley work, where we've actually videoed the trailer suction dredges going across what is 100% sand. And you do get sediment disturbance, which will then get moved by whichever currents and waves are in process. So I would expect then that while the disturbance may not be greater with the silt, the ability for it to move further in that seabed suspension or close to seabed suspension would be much greater than the sands.
And what about any overflows from the dredge? In terms of the sand experience you've got, does that create a plume?
Yes, it does. So that's part of the operation of filling the hopper and letting the water discharge, and the water obviously has sediment in it. And yes, it does create a plume. And the experience with the sand component, again, on that Parker experience where we modelled this quite closely, it does drop out relatively quickly, both in the dredge area and all the way to the disposal area. So there is a plume in transit, if you like. Now, again, without doing any specific work, I would expect the silts, because they have a slower settling velocity, to remain in suspension longer and therefore able to be moved further by whatever incipient wave or current conditions are operating at the time.
And do you know, or have you got any experience about the efficacy of green valves?
Yes, again, we've looked at green valves at Parkery, and that's something that we've put into the dredging operation there, that they do discharge below keel. And therefore surface plume particularly is less, but you still get the discharge, and so if the sediment is that silt, it can still be in suspension longer inside the water column. But certainly in terms of surface plume for visibility or surface turbidity, green valves do reduce that.
And in terms of your experience about the sand plume, and very helpful comments, are you talking about a plume that would be visible on the surface for tens of metres rather than hundreds of metres?
Yeah, in the range of 10 to 100 is certainly my experience. We looked at it in terms of time, actually, because it really depends on the conditions that are running at the time. So how long is it visible? And it was matters of minutes rather than matters of several minutes to an hour. Because remember, your boat is moving, so it's hard to say, you know, is the plume moving or is the boat moving, which causes, you know, that view of a plume being spread.
So we talked this morning to Mr. Beale, the planner, about monitoring of, and I'm again focusing on the berth pockets, and obviously there's some monitoring of water column proposed, although yet to be sorted in terms of triggers and things. But then he's also accepted that some observational monitoring would be appropriate, and from a vessel, or probably not from a vessel, because you probably need a bit of distance to be able to see the plume. Have you got any experience with that, and whether or not you know, you would have continuous sort of observational monitoring? I guess I'm focusing on clarity and conspicuous changes, and, you know, a mixing zone, whether that would be a sort of continuous observational monitoring, or, you know, you would do it intermittently while dredging, or if you've got any help there.
I don't have experience in doing that. That wasn't appropriate in Parkery, and my involvement in the Littleton post-dredge monitoring was more around turbidity meters rather than visual observations, and of course they can be continuous. For visual observations, I would have thought that you could do it in representative visual observations, so that it wouldn't need to be continuous. So obviously the area of concern is around those berth pockets with the high concentration of silt, so it would need to be around those times. And it would be, to me, from just a practical point of view, you would do it, concentrate that immediately while dredging and post-dredging, and it would be adaptive, that if over the first parts of that you didn't see large plumes, you could scale that back, or if you did see large plumes, it would carry on. So I think you could have an adaptive monitoring, visual monitoring program around them.
Yeah. That's helpful, thank you. There's nothing else you wanted to address in terms of what you've heard? We'll just move on to questions, Mr. Todd.
No, well, the other point was the dispersal and the ebb tide delta, and the need for the condition to disperse on the ebb tide delta, on the ebb tide flow. I think it makes good sense, and I was interested in Mr. Kerr's response that it is practical, that you could do it, because I did have questions around the timing. Could you do it? I think it makes good sense from those, but only from the dredging or the disposal of the dredges from those high-silt pockets would it be required, because the tidal flows in the disposal area are strongly to the southwest. There's a stronger dominance in that direction. And if you were doing it then in the flood tide, they would then intersect back into the harbour. And so to me, it would make a good practical sense as well as an environmental sense, because they would then have to be redredged and recirculate. But it runs the risk that they could then go to those ecologically sensitive areas. So as long as it's practically possible, I believe it is a suitable and acceptable condition.
So at the moment, Mr. Todd, there's condition 14, which says the consent holder shall ensure that sediment dredge from berths 5 and 6 and berths 7 and 8 is not deposited at the sediment site during slack tide where little or no wave action is evident. So you would recommend to add to that and on an ebb tide?
Yes.
No, that's it, Mr. Todd? Right. And that was my first question. You've just covered that one. Thank you. In terms of, Mr. Todd, you might have heard my questions to Mr. Tier regarding our ability to take into account any benefit in terms of the beach nourishment benefit that he's put on his evidence. And I think that he agreed that it couldn't really be quantified better than that it's a benefit. Have you got, is it too uncertain for us to take that into account, or is it something that we could just say there is a benefit?
I think that's the best statement you can make. There is, in principle, yes, it will be a benefit, but to what degree it has not been quantified, and you would need modelling to quantify that. So I think that's the best statement you could make.
And in terms of the benefit to the protection of the smelters landfill on land-based landfill sites, would you agree with him that the disposal sites are best located to provide a benefit if there is one?
I think the western part of that, the eastern part of that disposal site is, when you look at the results from the current monitoring, that the waves entrain the sediment, and then the currents carry the sediment as well as the waves. And then when you get to the most western part of that disposal site, it can actually get carried back and past the throat of the harbour. But where you go more to the east, then they will get carried into where those landfill sites are at the end of Tiwai Point. So there has been no work done, as I'm aware, to say, well, what happens if you extended the disposal site further to the east? Is there a better benefit from there, to those landfill, protecting those landfill sites? I'm not aware of any work that's been done on that. So, so it is, yeah, I think part of it is definitely true, but maybe at that western end of the disposal site, I think transport to the landfill will be a lot less than what it will from the eastern end of the disposal site.
So it's the same thing again for us to weigh that into anything. At best, we could say that there would be some benefit to offsetting erosion, future erosion.
Yes, I think there needs to be further work done to quantify that, and where is the best location is a slightly different configuration of disposal site. going to give a better result? You know,
Yes.
could be further investigation, but not part of this consent.
And then looking about your comments about evenly distributing over the disposal area, you would support the addition of a condition requiring some record keeping of that, and a condition saying that that's what you're trying to achieve as even as possible or practicable, and then the condition is already there for the pre and post bathymetric survey.
Yes, and you know, to me, the evenness of the disposal is a lot more to the rock disposal side, because the calculations of minimal effect, etc., are based on an even elevation of that reef feature that will form. Now, unless you've got some sort of control to ensure that it is disposed evenly, you're not going to end up with that sort of configuration.
Yes.
And so that's why I think the evenness to ensure that those effects are minimal in terms of effect on wave processes and therefore on sediment transport processes, that's some sort of control to ensure that you do have an even spread. Within the sand disposal site, it's not quite so important because the natural processes will over time move that material. But I think part of the consideration is that remembering that we're putting 4 times the volume or 3 times the volume that could occur under the maintenance dredging in any one year into that site. So there will be, I would suspect, some mounding for some time before the processes move all of that away. There's no doubt that in the past that sediment has been distributed, but this is a quite different volume concentration being placed. So it will take longer for those processes to act on that.
Is that something that can be modelled? Could that have been modelled?
It could have been, Commissioner. It wasn't, and I accept the point. In the long term, I don't think it'll make an effect, but I think the bathymetry condition, the 6-monthly post-bathymetry condition, is a check on that. And I would assume then that if we find that it is not dispersing rapidly, then maybe there is something in the management plans to then look at, okay, do we have a negative beach response?
And
I don't.
I was just going to say, in terms of the modelling that's been done, would you have expected for a proposal like this that the modelling would then have gone a step further to assess what the effects of the dredging operations would have on the dispersal of sediment, both at the dredge site and the disposal sites, and overall what the effects on coastal processes would be?
I would have thought definitely at the disposal site, not so much at the dredge site. I think they handle the additional depth and width in the channel. I agree with their assessment of that it is not going to make a large effect on wave penetration and transport into the harbour itself. But certainly at the sand disposal site, given that its closeness to shore, the shallowness of the water, and the large volume compared to what has been dumped as maintenance in the past, I would have expected to see some sort of transport modelling, which then could have answered the question of benefit to the shore.
Although acknowledging that in this case they're not relying on those benefits, really, are they? They're really just that would be quantifying a benefit that's an extra.
Correct. Correct.
Yes. Just my final question, Mr. Todd, in undertaking a review, have you seen a record of the volumes of the dredge volumes disposed of over the previous maintenance dredging campaigns for the last 10 years or so?
No, I haven't. And that would have been useful. I think there was only one reference to the 40,000 in 2020, which was the maximum allowed under any 1 year. But no, I haven't. And that would have been useful to compare those two bathymetries as to what volume had moved over the time between the two bathymetry surveys.
We have asked for a summary of that information, so if you do have anything further that you want to say after we receive that summary and you see it, then there will be an opportunity to feedback through revised conditions anyway, so happy for you to give any comment on any new information like that.
Thank you.
Commissioner
No, I've got no further questions, thank you.
Right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Todd, for appearing this morning. We appreciate your evidence, it's helpful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Beale, for accommodating Mr. Todd's time restrictions today. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Right, should pick up where we were. Don't ask one on reasonable mixing either, we've been here. I'm looking at your paragraph 138. And I'm aware that there are consents for a number of marine farms in the harbour. So I guess my question is not, are there many active marine farms in the harbour? It's just a bit of an update for me if you're aware of.
I consulted with CR8's executive, Malcolm Lawson, at the time of consulting with him, which was, I suspect, July, August last year. There were no active marine farms. Just double check the date I consulted with him. Just, if you could just give me a moment there.
Yeah, sure.
I'll come back to you if that's all right.
That's fine. Are there some trials going on in the harbour, are you aware?
I'm not aware of them. There was, I think they used the Ocean Beach Freezing Works, or defunct Freezing Works, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Amoa, for the harvesting of or cultivation of power. Ngātahi seafood, I understand.
Yes, it's quite a bit deceiving if you look at the consents, the harbour basin is quite covered in, but what it's actually in the water appears not much.
Exactly, yeah, it's quite active. I don't know where that particular bench is at, though. I do know that you may be aware that there's been quite a push on aquaculture in Southland recently. So
Yes.
I'm not sure that will involve more Bluff Harbour or Stewart Island.
And in terms of the existing environment, we have to consider that those marine farms are there and form part of the environment, whether or not they have structures in the water. That's the correct approach.
That's very much the correct approach, because those those pots, or temporary holding pots as you call them, are there for a reason that they can be used from time to time.
And the answer to the effects on those, or potential effects on those marine farms, would be only doing the dredging on the outgoing tide, so therefore it's avoiding any water quality effects. Yeah.
Especially when dredging the Perth Basin.
Yes. And you've heard the evidence of both the coastal processes. I'm at your paragraph 143 now about the beach nourishment.
Yes.
Would you agree with both of them, that at best we could just say that there is a positive benefit, or potential positive benefit?
Yes, correct.
In terms of the condition about the monitoring on the Mataitai Reserve, I'm at your paragraph 148 now. You talked about a baseline assessment and health status monitoring with power beds in the Rocky Reef habitat. Is the condition we see there, is that something that you'll go back and look at, or is that what we see in that condition pretty much? We haven't had much focus on this. But just, I can't find the condition number now.
So that's a monitoring, isn't it? You go to condition 54.
54, yes. And I guess I just read this and just wondered whether a little more direction was required, and I probably should have discussed this with Ms. Muller yesterday, because it seems to me that this condition has fallen out of consultation with the Runanga and concerns there. But I just wonder from a scientific perspective, if you read a condition like this, if it really does provide enough of a framework as to what would be required, whether it's kind of just looking at some transects or some quadrats, or just what's required there. I wouldn't like this to be a point of contention between the applicant and the council in the future. And it sort of gets back to my comment that this is wider than just the Runanga's concerns. This is really a... So I don't really have a question there, but I guess I'm just suggesting it could perhaps be sharpened as to what intent there is.
A little bit more of a framework within the condition.
Yes.
What you're seeking.
Yes. And again, because we haven't really got a management plan, that we would maybe put some of that detail in, just a framework of what that may require, how many transects, and perhaps even a map showing where those transects would be done, that it, may record species, whether it's species composition, abundance, changes over time, what it is we're actually measuring. And perhaps even what a significant statistical change would be. What is the threshold for when you would consider that there has been a change? Yeah.
Condition 54 needs significant rework. It uses quite ambiguous language. Consent holder will undertake, is to be submitted. So there's must or shall. And then if you're going to be doing something following consultation with the Runanga, the question is, if you consult with them and there's disagreement between the contents of that monitoring program or whatever, then how is that resolved? And often with conditions where something's got to be developed in consultation with another party, the condition would often have words to the effect where there's disagreement, then those points of disagreement are included and reasons why the Runanga's positional recommendations are not adopted are included, something like that. There's a number of conditions where probably needs some looking at the language in terms of the enforceability of them. Shall or must should be, I think it looks like shall is the words that Environment Southland uses, but other councils are now using must instead of shall.
your paragraph 161 now, Mr. Beale, and the green valve, and my question to you is, would the green valve seems to be just industry best standard or best practice now, would that be fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
My question on that is, should there be a condition that requires that, just to ensure that it's installed on the
I think it's actually on the trailer suction dredge, but I will clarify that. I'll seek an answer further on that.
Yes, I think something along the lines of, requiring that while the dredge is in use for the swing basins and birth pocket. Yes.
Has Southport contracted one already? So you don't know if it's got it on it or not.
And not at this stage, no.
So I'd suggest a condition would be,
Sure, I take your point. Is that during the dredging of the birth pockets?
well, I'd say if it's on there, it would be on there all the time, wouldn't it be? So for any soft sediment dredging.
We're lucky we've been handheld through slides and videos of green valves before, so
Oh, fine, great.
we
I
understand.
was hoping you were going to go further on that.
Yes. Now, just in terms of part 2, would you agree with Mr. Garbutt? I'm sure you're too frightened not to, but he's leading the charge. That there's no need to, or that part 2 could be a helpful check, but in this case we have the RPS, the NZCPS.
Yes, there's enough enabling provisions in those documents.
Did you say enough enabling provisions?
So the provisions around the recognition of the need for the work in terms of the benefits from a social, economic, cultural.
But also environmental protection type of,
Yeah, and safeguarding the intrinsic values of ecosystems.
And I'm looking at your paragraph 179 and particularly focusing on policy. NZCPS policy 11A, and hearing what you've said today and relying on the evidence of Dr. Stevenson, you would say now that with the offset and or additional enhancement works of habitat, that now there would be no need to avoid the overlap with the breeding season in August, September?
Yes, that's right. That addresses that issue. What I take of that is that the operation can continue through August, September on the basis that there is an offset.
So writing in such a way that if they avoided August and September, that wouldn't be required? Is that what you're thinking?
No, you can continue to operate August, September on the basis that you've also got an offset.
Yes. But I'm saying you could perhaps write that in that if you don't do, if you avoided August, September for whatever reason, it didn't fall in that period, or you broke it into 2 parts and avoided those, then you wouldn't need to do the offset. In other words, would the trigger be when you operate in those months?
The trigger would be when you're operating in those months, yes.
Yes. Yeah. That would address the any effect on the breeding sites in those months. And what about the displacement or cumulative effect and that effect? I just want to make sure we're not leaving a gap then by focusing just on those 2 months.
There would be, we talk about the displacement related to those 2 months, then I understand from Dr. Stevens' evidence and subsequent conversation this morning that the offset would include provision of enhancement measures, whether that could be nest boxes, for example, as well.
Yeah, I'm more separating out, I can see two effects on the penguins. I can see the displacement from this 2 kilometres of their 10k radius foraging area.
Yes.
And that obviously would occur at any time of the year, being that a lot of those little penguins are in the area. And then there is the displacement or any potential adverse effect from moving to another nesting site or being displaced from nesting site. So I guess I just want to make it clear that my comments about the August, September, that was the conversation we just had, probably only addresses the nesting box site, doesn't it?
So some form of offsetting would be required.
Displacement.
Correct.
So whether there might be 2 levels there or just whether it's offered as one.
Keep it simple,
It's a really nice one to put in your community plan when you're communicating with everybody. It's one that looks like a bonus for everybody regardless of the project.
Dr. Stevens has made the point of what Port Napier have done, which is being involved as part of the community, with the community in terms of looking at enhancing habitat for them.
Yes. Now, just in 187, you're talking about the imposition of restrictions around actual daylight hours, in condition 9, as recommended by Mr. Peacock, is considered inappropriate as drilling will often commence at 7:30 a.m. So you're saying here that blasting won't occur before 7:30, but drilling could?
No, drilling would start at 7:30 in the morning.
I'm not sure if I understand what you're
I
saying.
don't think that's probably worded particularly well, that paragraph. What I'm meaning to say there is that at 7:30 in the morning, when the drilling commences, it may take a while for that drilling to be undertaken before they actually then blast. The blasting wouldn't occur, and I can always defer to Mr. O'Bourne on this matter. That's my understanding.
So what you're really trying to say there is that rock breaking and blasting will occur well after 7:30
Well,
a.m.
rock breaking
in general.
could occur because at 7:30, because that's independent of the drilling operation. That should have been mentioned. That should have been all part of that paragraph.
And based on what was said this morning, you're happy with the lapse date still of December 2031 rather than rewording that to give the applicant the whole 10 years?
Yeah, I'm still comfortable with that abstaining.
Thank you, other than conditions.
You know, my only comments, Mr. Peel, related to the fact that your evidence must have been written on the basis for the condition numbering that it was before you made the changes. So I found it a bit difficult when I was flipping in between, but I got there in the end. But yeah, I've got a number of comments to make on specific conditions, nothing specific in your report. So
Move on to conditions. You want to
got general comments and specific comments. I'll just fire through them. Is there a requirement to include the maximum depths of the dredging for the different sections as a condition of consent?
It could be difficult on the basis of what I've heard from Mr. O'Boyle about this fracturing pattern with the rock especially, and the over dredging element that goes with that.
What about in the soft sediments?
Again, that's a technical matter I'd want to get some further advice about as to the accuracy the trailer suction dredge operates to.
The reason I ask that is that this is a capital dredging consent, and any maintenance consent which will get exercised after this will only be limited by what the maintenance dredging activity was. So it might be a good idea to have that for quick reference in the consent document, rather than somebody having to go back to the application to see what is the chart datum that they can go down to for the maintenance.
And it may be worded along the lines of a target depth and an acknowledgement that there is obviously a practical element to the margin of error acceptable with that target depth. But I think without that target depth, all we've got is our overall volume, which you've told us is an over volume required. So I think without that.
And verification through with that bathymetric.
Yes.
Yeah, but that verification should be back to what your target is. Right. So, and just on that, there was the residual question that I posed earlier on, which I want you to answer, and Mr. Peacock as well, as the comment that Mr. Tier made about rock being present up in the swinging basin, and that he was of the view that would be removed. And the question is that within the scope of the application?
Mr. Garbutt and I have discussed that. I was going to defer to Mr. Garbutt on that question. Are you happy for me to answer?
Yeah, I can address you on that. So the short answer is, despite what Mr. Tier said, that's not considered in the scope of the application to either blast or rock break in the swinging basin, because it was never envisaged. And in terms of the actual application itself, this is addressed in para 2.1 of the application. That seems to follow what I'm
Is there a
saying.
page there, please?
Page 5. So if you find para 2.1, the fourth paragraph down, it says the rock breaking, drilling, blasting and excavator dredging operations will take place solely within the harbour entrance channel, and the suction dredging operations in the swinging basin and berth basin as shown in figure 2. And then the rock breaking, drilling, blasting and dredging activities will take place entirely within the port zone. And then figure 2 is over the page on page 7. And it's the one you've obviously been taken through. The key in there is that depicts the harbour entrance channel with the key rock drilling and blasting, 40,000 cubes. And the swinging basin shows suction dredging, 120,000 cubes. So we've formed the view that there was no express permission sought to rock break or blast within the swinging basin, and that's a risk the applicant needs to bear in the event that a hard rock can't be addressed by the suction dredge in that swinging basin. It's not aware of any such rock, but until it's got down, as Mr. Teal said, it's just an inherent risk in the project.
So that being the case, often there's a condition which the general condition 1, relating back to an application to define the scope. So either a condition like that would be a good idea, or an explicit condition to say exactly what you've just said now, reiterating that paragraph, something along those lines, just so it's very clear where rock breaking and blasting can and can't occur. A useful
By reference to this figure, I think would be helpful. Is that referenced anywhere else at the moment? Be good to append figure 2.2.
We've talked about green valve condition. Condition 14, I may have talked about this, whether or not at the moment the disposal just says during slack tide. I think it's during slack and ebb tide, is that? We've talked about that, being a change.
Made a note there, yes, thank you.
And that's the condition 15, the adaptive marine management plan. We've talked about the issue of the triggers, notwithstanding that. Whether or not the existing adaptive marine management plan, which is in the application, is the final version, or whether or not it's going to be tweaked at all, amended. It should possibly, if it's going to be amended, it should be submitted presumably for some form of certification by Environment Southland, including what's got to be certified. If it's the version that's attached to the, or included in the application, then that wording should say as set out in the adaptive management plan, included as appendix, whatever it is in the application, so there's no ambiguity as to where that document is. In condition 19, I'm just wondering whether or not there's a requirement to have a minimum depth of the holes. Is there anything in the assessment of effects which is predicated on a minimum depth of the charge in the rock?
No, there isn't.
So those could be quite shallow, potentially.
The depth is stated as scenarios as part of Dr. Pine and Dr. Childhouse's evidence.
I think, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Beale, but I think I read in Mr. Tier's evidence that there was a minimum of 2.5 metres for the holes.
Dr. Pine said for his assessment to stand that there had to be some regard to the number of holes as well as depth, as well as charge, I think. So a little bit more work with Mr. Stiles here just to make sure that we're reflecting, Dr. Pine, just to make sure we're reflecting what he was saying about the envelope of effects.
And likewise for condition 19, exactly along that line, is that I'm wondering whether there needs to be a maximum number of holes detonated in a run limit. That defines, as Commissioner McGarry talked about, the envelope of the worst case scenario. So a minimum depth of hole and limit on number of holes detonated in a run, or maximum cumulative charge, whatever the right language could be for that.
And the condition could be broken into parts where it's a maximum for a certain size charge and depth of that charge, and because that's very much how the modelling was undertaken. So we're not trying to limit the applicant overly. It's really more that if you're using X charge, then it'll be a minimum of X depth and a maximum number of holes per one run of blast. And obviously there could be a combination of those, but it could be set out.
Condition 20 refers to, and I suspect this is a legacy from previous wording, but the guidelines in the Marine Mammal Management Plan and the Marine Fauna Observation Plan. Is the Marine Fauna Observation Plan, has that essentially superseded the Marine Mammal Management Plan? Or are there other things in the Marine Mammal Management Plan that are relevant?
There are other matters in the Marine Mammal Management Plan that are relevant. The Marine forward operational plan really is concentrating on the actual observation elements.
Okay, so the marine mammal MMMP should again, like the adaptive marine management plan, either have to be submitted for some form of certification if it's different to that included with Dr. Childerhouse's evidence or in the application, or it should be referenced to that document in the application. So there's no ambiguity as to what that document is and where it is. Then I'm going to jump around a little bit, but condition 34 requires the MMMP to be updated with the latest set of acoustic monitoring results, and I suspect that's actually the marine fauna observation plan, because that's got the TTS, PTS stuff in it. So as I read these conditions, you've got the indicative TTS, PTS tables, which are going to be revised.
Yes.
You're going to do a blast test to validate the acoustic modelling. That might result in different PTS and TTS numbers, and therefore those are in the marine fauna observational plan as far as I could see. So it's that plan that needs to be updated. That essentially also updates the condition. So some sort of statement to say that where those differ from whatever your revised table looks like, you need to say somewhere in that condition that trumps condition X with those numbers. And does that make sense?
Craft words around that.
Yeah. Otherwise, there could be confusion as to which are the applicable ones. And it's we don't want to be in that position, obviously. Marine mammal observers, I'm wondering, well, yeah, I think there needs to be a condition which requires them to be appropriately suitably qualified and qualified at least, not experienced. Ideally experienced, but as I understand it, the MFO training hasn't been done in New Zealand, according to Dr. Childerhouse, but I think they need to be suitably qualified and experienced. I think you've got that, but that they've appropriately trained the right course.
You say, could the words belong to be suitably trained?
Yeah.
Something along the lines of and having some available as a reserve, because I know other projects they've trained a certain number and then they've found actually it's quite a difficult job where you can only do it for a certain number of hours, so they've rotated it through their team, but then you have something like COVID and you have nobody available, so there does need to be, you know, sort of a backup number. I might put you to, there's Littleton conditions along the wording, but I can also think Picton is a more recent one using marine mammal observers. I mean, and as I say, obviously this is marine fauna observers, but
There's also guidance in the Department of Conservation seismic code of conduct for seismic exercises, whatever it is, which talks about MMOs and how long they can be working before they have to be rostered and that sort of stuff.
I've found in Littleton it's trying to keep them out of the weather and the sun, and the health and safety of those observers has become one of the most difficult things to manage in the project. I imagine in Bluff it's going to be even more of a challenge in some weather conditions. Not our issue, health and safety, but just an aside.
Interesting point.
In terms of the MFOs, I think it would be useful to specify the minimum number of those and how many are onshore and offshore in the condition, and not embed that in the plan.
as a condition.
Yeah, I think it's a critical piece that shouldn't be embedded in a plan. And condition 24, and this is a general comment, just check the language on the conditions, because this says something like ideally the MFO will maintain watch. That's not enforceable. Condition 28, we talked about this yesterday afternoon, and I think there was some suggestion that the word or the initialism TTS would get replaced by PTS in that. And then it says, and the fish mortality zone. That's, I know what that is because we've heard evidence about that, but as a person reading these conditions, will they know what that zone is? What does that mean? Because it's not part of the table.
Maybe even just some brackets there to clarify what that zone is.
And when I heard the suggestion that that get changed to just PTS yesterday, the only little warning bell in my head was saying, if this is anything to do with an agreed condition with the Department of Conservation,
Yes.
just double check that, because
As I say, I think the whole set will go off to submitters. So I don't think you need to worry too much about consultation. Just getting these right would be the focus.
condition 32, this might sound pedantic, but it's important. It says safely practicable to avoid the potential for marine mammals to become entangled. Avoid means zero, nothing yet. Right, it should be to minimise, and I would have thought it's the likelihood for marine mammals to become, I don't think you can avoid the likelihood or the
Yeah, that's not
potential.
appropriate, yeah.
And this is where we discussed yesterday, just in case you missed it, in terms of some words about, through actions like or including but not limited to regular inspection of the vessels. And you might even say what that regular inspection would be. Would it be each morning before setting off, checking there's no lines, or I think it's a really important condition.
Condition 34, which I've talked about in respect of the MMMP being the Marine Fauna Observation Plan, it says shall be updated with the latest set of acoustic monitoring results. Now, we know what that means, but I don't see a condition, or I don't see the condition that requires that test last and validation of the modelling to be done.
We talked about this with Dr. Pine yesterday, and Dr. Pine said that he would turn his mind to working in terms of what that validation would be, how it would be using hydrophones, and that they would be at least, I think he said 100 metres, 200 metres, he went through that out to 2 kilometres, I think. And that would be part of the verification of the...
So further detail within this
Well,
condition.
I think there needs to be a condition, if there isn't already one, which requires that test. And I think it's the same test as the drilling and blasting test, isn't it? You do a single test and it will check the noise on the shore, whatever it is, the seismographs that Mr. Tier was talking about, and I suspect it will also be doing the underwater noise, gathering that data to validate your model to revise your PTS, TTSs as well. So somehow linking, well, having a condition that requires that to be done, I couldn't see it explicitly unless I missed it.
Yes, and whether you separate that out for clarity, like you could have a standalone 10 that related more to the vibration.
But then an advice note to say that it could be the same test to do both get both the results. There's just no linkage with latest set of acoustic monitoring results. We know what that means, but somebody reading this probably doesn't know, because there's no requirement for that to be done.
Just have a look at condition 10, I think. That's the obligation, but
Yeah,
the point you make is it should tie into the others as well.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, so condition 10 either needs to be split or into two.
Yeah.
To talk about the underwater acoustic information.
Yeah.
And then condition 34 then needs to link back to that as a result of that testing, the latest set of acoustic monitoring results, blah, blah, blah. And and some sort of, if the PTS, TTS numbers are changed, that the revised numbers trump the condition numbers. And again, just check the conditions like 41.5 and 6. Talks about BMP being approved in writing by the consent manager. It's the language that's used these days. I think things get certified. The condition.
It's just a typo in condition 41, if the consent holder deploys the dredge vessel directly from overseas, then
Yes, thank you.
So 41.5 puts the obligation on the council. Shall be approved in writing by the consent manager. You can't have a condition requiring the council to do anything. Condition 48, which is the monitoring and reporting management plan. So I'm wondering, is the intention there that that gets submitted for certification?
Yes.
And with any of the conditions which require management plans to be submitted for certification, obviously you need to outline what's to be certified, but also usually the condition carries on, or a separate condition is included to say that the works can't commence until the plan has been certified. And thereafter, the plan needs to be complied with after it's been certified. It's probably a bunch of those. And 49 shall monitor for heavy metals. It's quite ambiguous. It's like probably 30 or 40 heavy metals.
we see that that is actually in the existing coastal B2 permit. But again, it's not very helpful to the port company to go and do every heavy metal under the sun when there's probably just a couple that are important.
Probably have a look at what they actually analyse for their current consent and align them with, specify them is what I'm saying here. Talk about 54 in terms of the language, and you've dealt with it predominantly on Marine Parade in 56. Where you're going to. And my last question or comment is the lapse condition 58. There's no condition that I could see that then requires the consent holder to complete the works within the 5 years once they've started the works. So lapsing is one thing, actual expiry of some sort of constraint on the duration of works condition seems to be missing. Whether that's 5 years or whatever number.
Is it condition 1, the term?
Well, it's a little bit.
It's a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, it's not well worded.
The term of this consent is 5 years. It could be from the exercise of the consent, the first exercise of the consent.
Personally, I think the language should be that once commenced, the activities shall be completed within 5 years. Because the way this is worded at the moment is your lapsing period is longer than your consent expiry. The term of the consent is normally the expiry date of a consent. And your lapsing is further than that. So I think just replacing condition 1 with once commenced, they shall be completed within whatever the duration is, 5 years, 3 years, whatever it ends up being.
Which then brings up the need for condition to inform the council when this consent has been exercised, because I'm very conscious of the fact that you may well break it into 2 parts for whatever reason, and do the maintenance dredging, which won't have exercised this consent. And then it's only when you get into the capital, so the applicant needs to consent holder needs to inform the council that they will be exercising this consent from such and such date.
And relying on the submission of various management plans as noticed doesn't work, because some people prepare their management plans well in advance of that. But yeah, condition suggested by Commissioner McGarry is definitely a good idea. And sometimes those conditions that say must submit a management plan for certification, sometimes they say shall be submitted at least 20 working days before. I don't think that's necessary if you've got the rider on that no works can commence until it's been certified. So, that's all my comments on the current set of conditions.
Well, Dr. Jeffring has picked up all of the comments I've made and more, so you'll be pleased to know I have no further, and we've jumped in on the way through. Again, our comments are made on a no prejudice basis, obviously, to our final decision. We really come from a place of trying to assist to get these into the best possible form for certainty for all parties going forward, and obviously there's a slight danger there of us suggesting conditions and then later getting through the decision and thinking we don't really like that very much, even though we might have suggested it in the first case. So I just want to make that very clear. Anything further from Mr. Beale?
No.
So the intention is, we'll discuss it again, Mr. Beale, but the intention is that when we get to the adjournment today, that we will confirm a process for this to allow you time. So maybe if you could think over the lunchtime break as to what kind of time you think the applicant might need to either rethink some of its monitoring program, which would enable you to finalise a revised set of conditions, which would then be circulated probably to the submitters first, and then the reporting officer would have the benefit of seeing submitters' comments before he would provide his final comments. And then we would circle back for a final set to be put in with your right of reply. That's the process we sort of envisaged. Does that sound okay to you, Mr. Gale?
We also signalled earlier yesterday that we may, depending on after we hear from Mr. Peacock, we may ask the planners to conference on the conditions so that we can clearly see those conditions where there's full agreement and those where there's differences of opinion and the reasons why, just so it's really clear and we can focus in on those matters. But I guess we reserve that until we hear from Mr. Peacock.
And often I've found that the formal direction to conference can be less efficient than just saying it'd be really good if the parties could talk while they work through this development, right? So keeping it reasonably informal, so that first cut, Mr. Beale, you've already got a bit of a view of what the officer thinks before they go out to submitters. It's very helpful.
The conference before we go out to submitters.
Yeah, well, as I'm saying, if we don't direct it, there's nothing to stop the parties coming together to work on the next cut. And it doesn't mean that everything has to be fully agreed, because Mr. Peacock will put in his wish list via track changes at the end. But it just means you can narrow the differences. If we formally ask you to conference, it all gets a bit, we're trying to set the parameters. I think it's much better that we just leave you to it until we see perhaps maybe a need if you're struggling. Okay. Now I wonder whether do you think Mr. White is ready to go, or Mr. Smith now before lunch? Did you have a batting order, Mr. Peacock? I should come to you first.
No particular order, but I suspect Mr. Smith probably has his, probably have these questions for him, I suspect.
Yes. Well, perhaps, Mr. Smith, are you there?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you happy to go now before lunch?
Yep, happy with it.
Okay, just give us a moment just to reorganise ourselves. Smith. Thank you for joining us. I guess first of all, we'd just like to give you an opportunity to respond to anything that you've heard throughout the hearing before we ask any questions that we've got.
No, I've got nothing further to add. What I've heard to date, or what I've read in the evidence that's been submitted.
Okay. Well, my first question for you, Mr. Smith, I'm happy for you to have your camera off, but I'm quite a good lip reader.
Okay.
We've all
There's more
discovered.
my technological inability on this one, I think.
Switch your camera on. I think we've all noticed in this masked world how much we all lip read actually. It's just the wee cross one beside the mute.
Yeah, I tried that.
Oh well, we won't focus on that. We'll just
Oh,
talk.
hold on. Might have it now. Hold on. Let's see if this works. No.
Never mind. We don't have many questions anyway for you. My first one is, and I'm looking at your original report, and there's no paragraph numbers, so I'm on page 2,
Yes.
and the second paragraph up from the bottom of the page, you've got a sentence there, this proposal is not consistent with that described in the OSAL report. Now, I just wanted to understand in what regard is it not consistent?
So just lead me to that paragraph again, sorry.
So it's section 2.1, summary of the proposed works on page 2. That's the 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down. Last sentence of that paragraph, this proposal was not consistent with that described in the OSAL report. It's about the numbers of holes and...
Oh yeah, I think it was just showing that there was just a bit of a disconnect between the two. But I think what comes across is the fact that the actual blast plan will be refined during the blasting trials. So the details on the number of holes will be fluid anyway. So I think that was just me noting the fact that there was a disconnect, but I also would like to add that I know that operationally that's likely to change when they're actually undertaking the works anyway.
So did you have the benefit of hearing Dr. Pine yesterday?
I did hear some. I wouldn't say I had the whole thing.
So Dr. Pine, we asked them some questions about kind of the worst case scenario that his modelling had been based on, and he said it was important about the number of holes, the maximum charge, the depth, in a blast run. And we just talked this morning about a condition sort of extending out the condition that at the moment is 19 that says the maximum weight of explosives placed in each drilled hole should be no more than 25 kilograms.
Yes.
And it probably sort of misses some of the other key limitations. My question is, would you support, some more limits being put into that based on the modelling in terms of the perhaps minimum depth of holes for different charges, the maximum number in a run? I'd
say yes, to be honest with you. I think my understanding is that they'll be limited to 30 blasts anyway, based on the setup. But yeah, limiting the number you have in line, I think it's 12 was recommended. And also having a minimum blast hole depth would be beneficial, I would say.
Yeah.
Everyone then is basically aware of what the limitations are when they're undertaking the works.
So if you could turn your mind to a review of that particular condition obviously you'll review all of them from your perspective, just to make sure that does reflect the limits that you think are important for that envelope of effects assessment. Okay. I'm just looking at your page 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points down. Oh, actually, let's start with the first bullet point, which is the resultant vibration and noise effects are still conceptual. Are you satisfied now with some more work on the conditions in terms of validating the models based on the actual measurements? Are you satisfied that that's been addressed?
Yes.
And along the same vein, the next bullet point, you say no detail was provided on where the seismographs and hydrophones would be placed. Have you heard that they've suggested certain locations for those? Has that resolved your issue on that?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think a lot of those are just making people sort of aware of the holes, and it looks like people, everyone's actually tried to sort of address those. So.
Yeah, so now heading down to the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth bullet point, which is no assessment of the stability of the material within the disposal sites has been provided. Are you, we don't have anything further there. Have you got any, are you satisfied on what you've heard, that we have enough of the stability of the material?
I apologise if I've missed anything, but I haven't heard anything. Has anyone spoken to that at all during the hearing? Because I haven't seen any additional information.
Nothing further than Mr. Tier's evidence. You've seen Mr. Tier's evidence on that matter. Basically just saying over time it will settle and sort itself and be relatively stable.
I would say that maybe it's something that needs to just be considered and looked at later when, again, off the back of the blasting trials, when it's understood more about the sort of fragmentation size and what material will actually be disposed of in the disposal area. I think it's just having that oversight that someone is actually considering it. Because at the moment, there is still an assumption that over time it will settle, and yes, it will settle. But it's just having someone consider that further.
So the condition requiring the pre and the post bathymetric survey in terms of the maximum height of that reef, and would that address it if there was if the period of time afterwards was sufficient?
Yeah, I think it would, because if you've got the pre and post, you'd be able to at least see if there's any over steepened areas that which may give way over time. I suppose the risk of instability is just that sort of instant failure of a high over steepened face. What effects that might have.
And then the next bullet point, the second sentence, that you consider the program of works to be optimistic.
I think that's. Yeah, go on, Karen.
Are you still of that view?
I think they've got more understanding. Just from my background of working in marine environments, the programs can get protracted quite easily, and I think again it all comes down, from my perspective, on the blasting trials, on how easy it is to drill, how easy will it be to sort of charge the holes, and then within this sort of dynamic environment and all the other conditions that are in place. I think I was trying to put forward there that I thought it could get protracted reasonably easily.
Reasonably easily. We did have some discussions yesterday with the applicant about whether it was more optimistic to plan for 2 windows rather than trying to squeeze everything into an 8-month period, and then sort of having no control over where the split occurs. Is that sort of, does that reflect your concerns?
I think so. I think having it over two sort of periods maybe being more realistic. But again, as I said, it could be that when they get to blasting, it is easy to drill. They can load and the charge is up relatively easy, and the fragmentation is favourable. It's I would say it'd be safer to have it over 2 periods.
So for me, Commissioner Leffring.
Yeah, just first question, I always ask this of people that produce reports where it's got draft written on it. Is this the final report or is this a draft?
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
So it should have been removed as the watermark.
We can remove that.
Your very final paragraph, Southport have not provided procedures which illustrate how vibration, noise and fragmentation data will be effectively filtered back through to the relevant specialists.
Yes.
So from what you've heard, has your concern on that been addressed?
I think there's the revision to that condition, one of the conditions, I can't remember that, 15, 10. I think that does address a lot of the concerns that I had, or items I had in my report. The trial, drilling and blasting, condition 10, 11 and 12, I think they do address that. To make sure that there's that filter back through of data from the blasting trials to the relative specialists. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. I've got no further questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Smith. It seems that most of your revision will be met by reworking or revision of the conditions. So I just encourage you to engage with that, and you obviously have the opportunity to give us any your view once you see a revised set.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Very helpfully, that brings us right on to 5 to 12. So we will break and we'll come back. Mr. White, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. White. I just wanted to double check that we're about to break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Is that okay for you?
Absolutely fine.
I can't hear you very well, Mr. White. We might sort out your sound before we...
All right, sorry about that. Yes, absolutely fine for me. I don't have a problem with that timing.
Right. Well, I might just get you to stay on the line with Lacey, with Ms. Braggs here, because you're still very quiet and she might just test things or in the break to make sure we get things right when we come back at 1 o'clock.
All right, that sounds good.
Thank you very much. So I'll adjourn now and we'll come back at 1 p.m. Thank you. Sorry, I should have just said it's not something for the hearing really, but it just we were wondering in our minds whether this afternoon or early tomorrow morning would be better for a port visit. And our preference would probably be for this afternoon. I'm not sure what the weather forecast is, and I'm not 100% sure how much longer will be, but I suspect probably no more than 2 hours, I would have thought, Mr. Peacock, do you think?
It should be more than 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's only Mr. White and yourself going. So.
That's right. So I would have thought at worst we will be out of here at 3. Would that be enough time, Mr. O'Boyle, for
Yeah,
a...
we've got someone already teed up.
Yep.
Then we've got someone
Okay,
better than normal time.
okay.
To show you around the port.
Yes, just to give us a wee overview around the booths. And I mean, we're not really thinking of probably even getting out of the car and needing safety boots or anything, just to drive around the booths and pointing out of what we're seeing. Okay, well, we'll work around this afternoon, and if not, we'll have to knock over to tomorrow morning, but it is our preference.
So we'll have some sort of induction process, will we?
Yes, well, there's 2 options.
No.
Jerry can meet
Yeah,
you.
you won't need induction. If you escorted around the port
It'll be nice.
and picked up, you won't need induction.
So we'll go in their vehicle?
Yeah, definitely. So you'll come in, work more, let the security know how to direct you where to park, and we'll collect you and take you around. Well, something.
And we don't need any safety gear or anything.
Just stand there, we'll be fine.
Okay, thanks.
Steve, it's Lacey. Can you give that another go for me, please?
so you'd like me to say something formal? Okay, just testing the audio signal from my headset. Is that acceptable? I can't hear anything from you because you're muted. Yeah.
Steve, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now, although there was a bit of echo going on there, but yeah. How does that sound now? Is that acceptable levels?
It's still pretty quiet for some reason.
No.
It's definitely coming through your headphones and not the laptop.
I believe so, but I will check those settings. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I've not had any feedback to say that my microphone has been particularly quiet or ineffective in the past. Yeah.
Just hear you, Steve, but it's very faint.
Very faint. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, I'll see what else I can do.
Do you want to try taking your headphone, to unplug your headphones and just go through your mic on your laptop?
The headphones and just working on the laptop.
Yep, so that is way clearer. So it's clearly something with the headphone mic.
Ah, okay. All right.
And
well, we'll just go with this.
Yeah, are you able to just run it like that?
Yeah, sure. That's not a problem.
Amazing. You're nice and clear now.
Excellent.
Awesome. Right, we'll pop off and have some lunch and we'll see you at 1 p.m.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Do we
Are you there, Steve?
Hi there, how's that? Is that any better, that noise, that sound?
That's great, thank you. We'll be with you shortly.
Oh, fantastic. Great.
Oh, yeah. Okay, welcome back everybody. Mr. White, you're there?
Yes, I certainly am. I'm just turning on my video for you.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah. I must apologise for the earlier sound settings. That was my fault.
You
I've
look
sorted
like
it
you're
out
up
now.
for a vessel.
Yes. Now that's the other thing. I live on a boat, so my internet connection depends on cellular broadband, and I apologise in advance if we have some issues. But yeah.
That's okay. If we have any issues, we'll just turn off your camera and see if that helps with the sound. But at the moment, you're all good at the moment. So, Mr. White, you've probably heard me with some of the other witnesses. Happy for you to kick off and address anything that you'd like to address off the bat over the course of the hearing, or through the evidence, obviously. And then we'll focus on any questions we have after that.
Sure. I note that condition 8 has been a question that has been popping up, and that's, as I understand it, that's varying the seasonal aspect of the works, extending into September, I believe. In terms of seagrass and those sorts of effects, I don't have a problem with that. I do note that there's some concern over potential for sort of shoulder seasons for nesting on little penguins, but it's kind of a cumulative effect that perhaps is not so significant.
So, in other words, you're quite comfortable with the change proposed?
Yeah, yeah, that's I don't see too many issues with that. I note there's been some consideration of hours of operation, specifically around that sort of dawn dusk period, and the intention of that, well, my understanding of the intention of that was to avoid those sort of crepuscular periods when organisms were more active. And I think, you know, we had discussions over the course of the development of the application about the timing and that sort of stuff. If it's practical or practicable to limit some of the backhoe operations to avoid that dawn and dusk, I think that would be preferable. But I do acknowledge that there are operational constraints to the program.
So just in terms of that dawn and dusk, are you of the view that the condition should specify dawn and dusk rather than the hours?
If you specify dawn and dusk, then you have to define what that means.
Yeah.
And that generally then comes back to either specific hours or periods relating to sunrise, sunset, which of course moves. So I'm not entirely sure of the best way to draft that in a set of conditions for clarity for all involved. So
I guess the applicant's response, kind of in a nutshell, is really that it's such a small period of time that it's not of great concern, that for most of the time the hours will reflect dawn to dusk. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's my understanding, and it's generally just you know, the depths of winter where there may be some overlap between those specified timeframes and the understanding of dawn and dusk.
Okay, any other matters to address?
I note that there's been considerable discussion about reasonable mixing zones, and to head off any questions that you might have for me on that, because it's a thorny issue that I don't really want to touch too much. I don't think zones of reasonable mixing are necessarily easy to define, particularly in the conditions that we're considering here, because you've got the harbour conditions, which are quite different from the disposal site conditions, and there's the potential for quite strong tidal currents to come into play and suspend or continue the suspension of some of the sediments and move them in some directions but not others. So I don't think it's as simple as drawing a circle around an active dredge and saying, you know, 200 metres from this point, you know, here's your zone. And for those reasons, and possibly for those reasons, that's why it hasn't been addressed directly in the application. Once again, I'm not sure of the best way forward to provide certainty for all involved and how we can define that, certainly on the information that we have at the moment.
So in respect of the circle, it wouldn't be a circle because the dredging of the fine sediment and the disposal is going to be done during ebb tide. So it would be a down current, I guess, a down current mixing zone, which should be reasonably easily defined during those two activities, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that could be reasonably well defined, and certainly your zone of reasonable mixing would not then project too far upstream of a tidal current, but might have a variable distance downstream. But that would also depend on the strength of that current at different tides of the tidal cycle. I'm yeah, once again, I'm not sure how we can write a condition that provides certainty and can be, directly measured for performance purposes around all conditions.
I guess the 200 metres, my understanding is the 200 metres would apply under a worst case scenario whereby you've got the highest currents, and therefore if the currents are less, then provided the effects are within that 200 metres, then it's compliant.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Although, I mean, there was some discussion about whether 200 metres was generous or appropriate. And I guess worst case scenario would be highest tidal velocities and finest material. That's when your material is going to be moved around the most, I guess.
So do you think 200 metres is generous?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think it's overly generous. Yeah.
And in terms of some of our suggestions in terms of the problems with setting the trigger levels and things, and whether there could be a more simple approach by targeting the at-risk activities, so mainly targeting the dredging from the berth pocket and perhaps the swing area, any soft sediment from the swing basin. Do you think that a monitoring program, first question, do you think a monitoring program should target those two activities? In other words, are you comfortable with the channel works not being subject to necessarily water quality monitoring?
Well, certainly the finest sediment is the most likely to be spread around and cause the greatest effects in terms of reducing water clarity and dispersing and potentially inundating seagrass beds and that sort of stuff. So from that point of view, yep, that seems like a no-brainer that we monitor those sort of sensitive environments when you're looking at the worst case potential for effects. The channel area, my understanding is there's not a great deal of soft sediment in the channel area, and what is there tends to be sort of more coarse material, because finer material would be swept out or has been swept out already through tidal currents and so on. So the potential for the prolonged suspension of sediments in the water column is much reduced in those areas. So yeah, the very fine silts from the berth basin, so I think it's 5, 6, 7, and 8, and potentially from the swinging basin, that presents the greatest potential for adverse effect.
And taking into account what Commissioner Leffring was just saying about the overarching avoidance being on the outgoing tide, then do you see potential for more simple modelling with using perhaps an upstream and downstream of the mixing zone type monitoring?
Yeah, I've certainly I've been involved in monitoring of dredging programs in the past that's mostly been silty materials from Auckland Harbour and sort of similar areas. And yeah, we've certainly had, in those cases, we've had various variable sampling points depending upon tidal currents and stages of tide and that sort of stuff, so that you can then measure an upstream, which is essentially a control type sample, and then at various distances downstream, down tidal current, really. Yeah.
Because
and the model.
I was just going to say that in this case, the plumes that are generated will be intermittent by the fact that it's only on an ebb tide that it occurs. So there's like a puffing of the sediment downstream or down gradient, and therefore any of the sensitive receptors would have some periods of reprieve between plumes. So using a percentage increase allowance between a control site and a sensitive receptor site could be an alternative option to what the applicant's proposing. What are your views on that?
Yeah, certainly it could. I didn't spend a lot of time considering the adaptive management monitoring approach, simply because I agree with it in principle that it has merit, but of course the devil is in the detail, and it's not until we started to think about how do we write consent conditions that outline this that we started to think, well, is this overly complex, and is there a simpler way to do it? Yeah, I don't wish to suggest that it's not a valid approach though. But yeah, I do acknowledge that the devil's in the details, and at the moment we're not sure of what those details are.
And what that approach requires, in terms of an adaptive management approach or setting of triggers, it requires a reasonable body of baseline information. And even if we were to say, hold everything and give Mr. O'Boyle a conniption saying it, but if we held the project up and said we're going to go off and do a year's data, that's still only a year's data, isn't it? Which again is when you're trying to get a good correlation between, your measured data and then come up with, a good correlation between your measurements of suspended sediment to NTU, and then to correlate that to the Secchi depth. It's still only a year of data, isn't it?
It is, and I take Commissioner Leefring's point about what happens if you don't get a strong correlation. Where does that leave you? So I'm not party to the data that's been collected so far. So I can't comment too much about that. But yeah, it does leave us hanging a little bit. There's not a great deal of certainty as a result of it.
And have you got any comment to make in terms of, you've just agreed that it would be good to target the monitoring to the most risky activities. Are you comfortable with just some kind of observational monitoring at the disposal field and observational monitoring at the dredge site where the dredging is occurring?
Well, my understanding is that there is close proximity to the dredging sites or parts of the dredging site. There are, sensitive receptors like seagrass beds, whereas at the disposal site, there's far fewer sensitive receptors. And while we need to monitor, perhaps that could be more visual or perhaps less intensive, as long as it meets the requirements under the Act. And in particular, the 107, the conspicuous change and that sort of thing.
So it wouldn't really help in respect of ascertaining any ecological effect. It's just a
well, my understanding is that disposal environment in general, that embayment out from the Tiwai Peninsula, is subject to sediment movement on a fairly regular basis, and is resilient to sediment movement to a degree. Now we're talking about quite large volumes, all in a relatively short space of time, which is far in excess of what it would normally, naturally, necessarily see. But yeah, we're not sort of considering reasonably sensitive environments of unusual or rare organisms.
So
There is an acknowledgement that, you know, there's a cumulative effect that we need to be aware of, though. Yeah, and even ordinary organisms are important.
yes. So would it be fair to say, based on what you've just said, you would see the disposal site as having a low sensitivity to suspended sediment in the water column, whereas you would see the harbour as having a very high sensitivity?
Certainly the harbour has, in my opinion, and from the descriptions, it seems to have a higher sensitivity, yes. From not only from an ecological point of view, but from an amenity value as well.
Okay, anything more you wanted to address from what you've heard?
Well, there's been considerable discussion about little penguins, I note, and particularly given the experience of Kennedy Point Marina in Waiheke and disturbance effects of little penguins. And I do note that Mr. Stevenson was saying, well, there could be some displacement of penguin nesting, but this sort of suboptimal nesting locations, and you know, that's perhaps less important. I note that little penguins can be a bit daft at times. They do some funny things, but yeah, I suspect we still have to accommodate their behaviour. There's been discussion about bonds. And in particular, I think there were the sort of 4 elements that were proposed at one point, one of which was potentially about a bond that would provide some sort of financial instrument to allow for relocating or survey work or pest control or enhancement of habitat for little penguins. That may be an instrument that could be used for offsetting.
So you'd support that. Did you hear this morning, Mr. Beale informed us, or Mr. Garbutt, one or other, or both, that Southport have considered the exchange and the questions with Dr. Stevenson yesterday, and that they will be proffering a condition to address any potential residual or direct effects in terms of the displacement. And then we've also talked today that it's not just the displacement, there's also the nesting sites, there's also a potential displacement from part of the foraging area. And then there's also the cumulative effects on those penguins that may choose to stay where they are and just endure a bit more noise and a bit more disturbance than they're currently under. So just watch that space. There is going to be another condition proffered for either some enhancement works and additional nesting sites, and or money given to another organisation to do that work on behalf of the port company. So we'll be relying on you to review those conditions from the council's perspective.
Certainly, I think I heard Mr. Beale suggesting that offsetting might be something that they'd be comfortable with. So yeah.
So that addresses that. I mean, obviously you did have concerns regarding the little penguins. That kind of condition, in your view, would address those, any residual effects or direct effects?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, certainly in principle.
There was some comment, probably initiated by me, that if they were to operate over the August-September period, in their overlap period, that perhaps there wasn't a need for it. But then moving on from that, it's not just the breeding sites, it is the foraging and sort of that cumulative effect. Have you got a view on that? If they were to avoid the August, September period, do you think there's still potential effects there that need to be offset?
Well, it depends to a degree on how many, like, is this are there a lot of birds that are likely to be affected? And I think we sort of suggested that it might be prudent to undertake a bit of a survey to see, do we have nesting sites within the harbour where we have penguins who may be adversely affected by the works as they transit from their nesting sites to foraging sites and so on. And my understanding is that Mr. Stevenson didn't think that that was worth the disturbance to the birds. But certainly, if we had a handle on the magnitude of the problem, that would help. There are, as I understand, there are critical periods of foraging when they're feeding chicks and immediately post molt, where they're trying to recover from, energy losses and that sort of thing. And certainly that might be prudent to avoid the worst effects on foraging and transiting on little penguins at those times.
So I guess taking on board what Dr. Stevenson said, that he didn't really want to or think it was necessary to do a survey, if we just think about that for a minute, that we don't have any more information than what we have, so we don't have the actual numbers or potential numbers of birds or nests that may be affected, then is it the right approach just to, go for a reasonable compensation or offset package and, just make some assumptions there as to sort of the maximum number that you might affect?
Yeah, and that's a reasonable approach in the absence of, specific information. Potentially, you could do a survey and find that there aren't any nesting penguins that are to be affected. But yeah.
Okay, so we've got all your penguins. Anything else, Mr. White, before we go through your report?
I think it was flagged to me that there's a potential variance between my understanding of timeframes for recolonisation of rocky reef habitat and Ms. Miller's understanding. And the application certainly talks about rapid recolonisation and within a few months. And I think the establishment that they expect there would be recolonisation within 12 months of blasting having finished. I acknowledge that Ms. Miller's got much more local knowledge than I have on these habitats, but I think part of that comes down to what you define as recolonisation. And certainly I would expect within 12 months that there would be communities on the rock surfaces that have been subject to blasting and had basically been wiped clean, or the clean rock faces that have been exposed. But are they considered to be recolonised? Are they even close to the original communities that were there before the blasting occurred? So partly there's an issue around defining what recolonisation actually means, and partly there's I'm more of the opinion that to get close to the original communities might take a bit longer than 12 months, particularly with seed supply and that sort of stuff, and variability and those sorts of elements. Within 12 months, you might be on the way to what I consider to be recolonisation, but it might take a bit longer to reach a more mature community.
Perhaps about the time when they come back a maintenance stretch.
Yeah, but maintenance dredging is more around the soft sediments as opposed to the rocky habitats, I believe.
So this is more on the rocky habitat edges of the widening works.
Yes, yeah. That's the, and I think the monitoring program that's been proposed. I think that they're talking about going in 3 months post works, 12 months post works, 3 years post works, maybe. Or it's up to 3 years post works, and in some cases it's 5 years. And I don't see that as unreasonable. But yeah, it's my gut feel that you may need to have 3-year period to sort of get back to something that's close to the original communities.
So, excuse me, at the moment, excuse me, it's 3 months, 12 months, 36 months. Are you suggesting that's not long enough?
I'm suggesting that at 36 months, you're likely to start to be close to your original communities.
So
I think there's also a 5-year monitoring on the rock disposal site. I may be incorrect about that.
I think you're correct there. So is what's missing, excuse me, I seem to have lost my voice, from 51, is what missing is sort of the measuring stick, that you're going back and looking at what's there, but you're saying you would expect to see something quite close to what was there before, after 3 years. So I'm just wondering whether that condition needs a bit more in terms of what needs to be achieved by 36 months.
Yeah. How do we define recolonisation or acceptable recovery, I guess?
I guess to carry that on though, is if the monitoring shows that it hasn't recovered as anticipated, what are the consequences? What can you do? Can you do anything to enhance it, to speed it up? Can you seed stuff there?
I suspect there's actually very little that could be done to practically enhance recovery. I'm aware of transplanting some organisms like power and that sort of thing, but there are also risks there. I'm not quite sure how you could enhance recovery rates, or what you could do to improve it. Yeah,
because the conditions are essentially monitoring for monitoring's sake, with no implication in respect of what the results show.
To my mind, it kind of documents the recovery rates and provides information for any further applications or works. But it doesn't necessarily have implications for the works that have occurred, because 3 years down the track, they're done. You can't. The only other potential is that you could then require some sort of offsetting in another similar area, perhaps to promote habitat that hasn't been directly affected, but is related.
And this would apply as well to condition 54 regarding the mataitae. I'm not sure if you were online this morning, but again, we'll be relying on you to feed into and review any revised condition 54 as to sharpening that up to better set out what is required and what the expectation is. And again, the same as this one, what's the implication if things are affected in the mataitae reserve?
Well, certainly, I recall having some discussions about that, about the mataitae monitoring, And as I recall, there was still negotiation with Runanga about what was important and what needed to be covered. And so yeah, we just don't have that detail at this point.
Yeah, so if you've got any comments there, I mean, we're looking for something much more directive and a framework as to what's required, rather than having uncertainty there in the future as to whether they were meant to be transects or quadrants or what it was required, and perhaps even linking that to a map showing where those sites would be, and perhaps, you know, whether it was a control site or whether it's really just a before and after, or what that would look like.
Yeah, certainly I think questions have been possibly through the Section 92 process, where we were asking if that could be developed and presented so that we could have some way of understanding what's intended.
Yes. Okay. Conditions, let's flip over the report. Hopefully we've knocked most of it off. Just have a quick flip through. In terms
I did. Oh, sorry. I was going to say I did note that there was discussion about the marine fauna observation, and particularly, I think you were talking with Dr. Childerhouse about effective ranges of observation for observers. I don't have any experience with observing marine mammals, but I have got 5 years of experience working with the local Coast Guard unit as an operational Coast Guard crew member, and we do a lot of training on search and rescue, and some of that is in terms of finding vessels or rafts, but a lot of it is finding or trying to find people in the water, which are pretty hard to spot sometimes in some conditions. And I do note that Coast Guard supply all of its crews with what they call visual sweep tables, which give indications of the effective distances you can see and search effectively for various objects, including people in the water. And I can supply those tables as some sort of guidance for effective distances. There are various correction factors for weather conditions and sea conditions as well. Now, I note that marine mammals might be a bit easier to spot in some cases because they're moving, and it's easier to spot moving targets than it is static. But also things like little penguins, I know, would be much harder to spot than a person in the water, being kind of slate grey and rather small.
yes. Have you got anything further to add? Oh, we did just talk about the, with the monitoring and water quality effects, and you have, I guess, would you call it a straw man putting in the 20% change, or do you still think that is a reasonable change in order to give a reasonably confident level of protection of the seagrass?
The 20% was, not necessarily, robust. It was, as you say, a bit of a straw man argument, and a suggestion that, do we need to get this complex, and could we take a simpler approach? I've certainly in the past, as I said, been involved in monitoring dredging activities in silty environments, and it's the monitoring requirements were based on things like, suspended solids and turbidity, and measurements through the water column, and Secchi disk measurements, and trying to correlate those into some sort of index. And in that particular situation, or a couple of situations, it wasn't necessarily that successful. But I'm also aware that things have possibly moved on a little bit from there, and we've got some more, some better tools available, perhaps.
Okay. You originally said that all soft sediment dredging should be undertaken on the outgoing tides. Have you, through the evidence, are you satisfied with the applicant's position that it should only apply to the berths?
I think the applicant has offered that the siltiest sediments should be dredged on the outgoing tides, and that was for the reason of protecting the seagrass beds in particular, and the sort of upper harbour environment, and then by extension, well, if we're trying to avoid effect, why don't we dredge all material on an outgoing tide? However, yeah, I do acknowledge that a lot of that soft sediment material outside of those berth pockets in the swing basin may be quite sandy and may drop out of suspension fairly rapidly. And it also may have quite significant implications on the operational aspects of the program. And if that then results in the extension of dredging activities over a longer period, then on balance it may actually be worse in terms of effects. A lesser magnitude of effect over a longer period of time may not actually be advantageous. So, I'm not necessarily going to die in a ditch over it, but it was a suggestion that perhaps that's something that should be considered.
So I just want to tease that out a little bit more. At the moment, the condition only requires the outgoing tide dredging to occur for the berths and not the swinging basin at all. Are you of the view that it should equally apply to the swinging basin?
I'm of the opinion that it should apply to areas of sediment that need to be that are to be dredged that contain significant proportions of fine material. What's significant? Oh, I knew you were going to ask that. I think, from memory, I think the silt fractions are sort of in the, once they get up into about 15 to 20%, something like that, that starts to get quite significant.
So greater than 15%?
Yeah, possibly. I would need to just check on some of those numbers, but yeah.
We'll do that, Mr. White. You've had the opportunity to have a look at the conditions again, and at the end of the day, make a recommendation on that condition 14 based on your maybe going back and reviewing the particle size for the swing basin.
Yeah, that information is available, and I just need to check on it, I think. Yeah.
I've just got a couple of further questions. This morning I made a comment on the application, the effects assessment of the sediment plumes as being a qualitative assessment. Would you agree when you read it that it's a qualitative assessment of the sediment plume effects on sensitive habitats and species?
I believe there's some quantitative assessment of seagrass beds before and after the dredging activity. So to that regard, I guess that's a quantitative aspect of the monitoring and the effects of the sediment. But the actual plumes themselves, I don't recall any particularly quantitative assessment of the plumes and their effects. My impression, and I would need to go back and read it, but my impression was that there was an assumption on an outgoing tide that the sediment plumes would be entrained in strong tidal currents and be basically swept out into Foveaux Strait.
So,
dispersed on a wide basis, basically.
given what you know of the coastal processes and the nature of the sediments that are proposed to be dredged and the scale of the activity, would you have expected any form of plume modelling to have been undertaken for this application?
I note that there were harbour tidal models presented, but yeah, to my knowledge or my recollection, I don't think they included the sediment plumes in those models, other than just saying, well, we've got these strong currents and this is what's going to happen to the sediment. So I don't recall any specific sediment plume modeling, and that is a tool that potentially very useful.
But for the scale of this activity and the nature of the sediments being dredged, quite sandy material, would you have expected plume modelling to have been included from your previous experience?
Yes, I have been involved in processes where the plume modelling has been included, and it's been very useful. Yeah.
For this type of sandy sediment?
That was more silty sediment, and there was concerns over far field effects as a result. Not so much sandy material.
So again, for what you know about the nature of these sediments, would you have expected anything like that? Do you think it's necessary?
Yeah, well, it's certainly useful, and if it can be done, then yeah, it will help to inform, certainly.
Or does the ebb tide negate that? I guess is what the question started with.
Well, the argument is that there are strong ebb tide currents, and that it's not sediments are not going to be accumulating in the channel or in the harbour. They are then going to be swept out into Foveaux Strait and dispersed. And that, looking at my limited understanding of the currents and their effects, that seems reasonable. But as you're alluding to, having specific modelling information might strengthen that and assist. Yeah.
Because I guess the question is, given what you've just described about the pathway of any of the fines, I mean, is the seagrass at any risk at all?
Potentially, because if we define an ebb tide as an outgoing tide, that includes the outgoing tide up to and including slack water, presumably, and then any suspended material that remains in the harbour environment or the channel entrance, for instance, can then be moved back into the harbour on an incoming tide. So there are pathways for some of that sedimentation to occur.
Right, and what you're saying is that the modelling would provide some useful information on what those risks are and what those pathways actually are. Yeah.
Certainly. At the moment, we're assuming that those risks are relatively low.
And the applicant's proposing to collect baseline water quality data in respect of Seki depth and turbidity to find a relationship, and then use that to define the various triggers for management actions. Similar sort of question, would you have expected that information to have been collected and included as part of the application before a decision is made on this consent application?
In an ideal world, yes, but I'm also aware that this process, I think, is something like about 18 months old. The Southport first approached Environment Southland, or certainly I became aware of the project. So there has been a time frame that they have considered this, but yeah, collection of information does take time, particularly over multiple seasons and years, as you were sort of mentioning earlier. And my understanding is that they are collecting information, but that information is not yet available. It does then make it difficult to make informed decisions when you're expecting information to arrive after the decision.
So I haven't gone through the tables in the 40-day report on the Section 92 request, but was this sort of information requested from the applicant early on?
I think initially we certainly discussed this sort of information, and it was acknowledged that they were in the process of collecting information. Certainly the marine mammal acoustic monitoring, the 12 months, that was suggested by the applicant to boost the information levels there. And as my understanding is that's not yet complete or available.
I'm mainly looking at the water quality information.
Okay. Yeah. I would need to dredge my somewhat unreliable memory, but I'm sure we had conversations about additional information. And
we are where we're at now, so I've got no further questions, Mr. White.
I've got nothing further either, Mr. White, except obviously to encourage you to provide us via track changes or via commentary your views on the revised conditions, and we'll be setting a process for you to do that.
Certainly.
So thank you for your evidence. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sigh of relief. Okay. Well, after patiently waiting through everybody else, lucky last, Mr. Peacock. We probably haven't left much for you to explore or say. We're happy for you just to, we're very conscious that you'll get another bite, as it were, and there's still a bit of work to do before you'll circle back round to, a final recommendation and things. So in knowledge of that, and we're not going to go through fine-tooth comb any comments you've got on the conditions. If you've got further comments, corrections, amendments that you think need to be made, it'd be nice if you and Mr. Beale could just deal with that together before you come up with your next revised set. So again, you'll probably get two chances if you can work together nicely. Otherwise, just reserve yourself a position to comment at the end. So taking into account all of that, is there anything that you would like to address us on specifically? I don't want to limit you, but
I've kind of precursored this to just cover a few items because I realise we've traversed so much, and a lot of it's actually addressed a lot of the matters I've raised. It's also a lot of it's been directed towards the conditions, so that's a work in progress. But I guess for this time I want to be as helpful as possible. And at the start of the hearing, it was raised around the 2012 coastal permit.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if you've alluded to this or read it. While it's very misleading in the description of the purpose of which the permit's granted, the conditions clearly are for dredging. Condition 3 permits the dredging, dumping and depositing of the following quantities. And there's further conditions that talk about dredging as well. So clearly, and this came up through the Section 92 process of us trying to uncouple and understand the sequencing of where will they exercise the deemed coastal permit, where will they exercise the 2012 consent, how would that fit in with this consent. And essentially after a while of going around in circles and coming together with a program, we kind of had to put that aside and just compartmentalise our consideration of this consent. But clearly, in understanding the effects, you've got to also understand if other consents are exercised in conjunction or in a sequence, there could be cumulative effects. So that, I think, is important to understand, but I think probably the questioning that came around the conditions of this consent about the notification of when you're exercising consent is important for the consent authority monitoring team to understand what's been exercised. Now, there's no conditions on this consent, there's no explicit conditions, that help in that space, but if there's conditions in here which explicitly address when they can exercise this consent, that would be helpful, if you understand what I'm saying.
So just on this coastal, sorry, I see I can't talk in right. You're right, when you do read it, I wonder if the difference here is in terms of the activities that what's really not covered is the disturbance, isn't it? So it's taken it from a discharge perspective, a discharge related to the disturbance activity, and then a discharge related to, I mean, it doesn't really say it, but any overflow that would come from the dredge, and then the discharge or deposition from the disposal, but it doesn't actually address disturbance, as it were, itself. So would you?
And interesting, because of that, there's no 107 expectation around what's the reasonable mixing zone from that discharge, which whether that carried any weight into the approach into this consent, I'm not sure, but it's interesting that it hasn't addressed that matter yet. When I first reviewed this consent, I thought it omits the dredging activity without considering that discharge from the dredging.
Yeah, on the beginning of the hearing, we asked some questions about trying to get this all in place, and then I asked the applicant whether they accepted in a holistic sense that the monitoring could relate to. Now, if the project was one hit in one 8-month period, then it would seem sensible that the monitoring would apply to all activities over that 8-month period, regardless of whether they're doing it under this permit. It becomes a bit of a superficial split. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Yeah. But if they were to undertake it in 2 bits, where they were exercising their deemed permit to do the first part of the project in the channel, i.e. removing the rock, and then the next year did the blasting and the dredging of the pockets and things like that.
Or hypothetically, if you commenced soft sediment dredging, didn't get through all the work, and you stopped work and there was a number of years passed, and then you wanted to exercise your 2012 consent. So
yeah,
the sequencing, while it sounds like the detail, I totally agree with you. We asked the question, would you not want to bring all this into one consent to replace the 2012 consent, replace the deemed coastal permit, deal with everything, but it was made clear to us in the response that they wanted those things kept separate and this to be a separate consent.
So if the applicant continues with their intention as it's been put forward so far, then you would agree with taking a holistic approach to the monitoring.
I think it's the most pragmatic.
But if they did come back with an intention to split it, then you would be comfortable with this being the monitoring requirements for their first stage 1 and then stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't turned my head to what the effects are from exercising that consent, because that's beyond what I was on commission for. But I think, in fairness, the conditions are fairly loose from this, and it's much lower volumes of dredging, but they're probably not what I would expect of any dredging consents to have such a little amount of monitoring to be undertaken.
We heard this morning that that consent is not going to, it's got nothing to do with,
If they aren't going to exercise it.
at all, it's got nothing to do with the soft sediment dredging that's proposed in this application.
From what I heard was that they had no intention to exercise that consent.
All the soft sediment dredging capital works under this proposal that we're considering. It's only the deemed permit that's being exercised for the channel.
That's right.
For the rock from the channel.
That's right.
So I'm suggesting that if the applicant did come back and say they were going to do this in 2 parts, and they'd do the rock removal first to see where they are and then do the bathymetry, which will give them information for the second part, then that would be the only case where you could actually split out the monitoring.
That's right.
Otherwise, if they intended to do it in an 8-month split, you would have to initiate all the monitoring at the beginning, assuming that they're going to complete in a 1 stage.
Yes, correct.
Bearing in mind it might end up in 2 stages anyway. So you would agree.
But I think it's important. Maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but I think it's important to understand that while I've said they have no intention to exercise that consent, it's only come in the deemed coastal permit and this consent, there's nothing to stop them exercising that consent. This consent cannot stop them exercising their other consent.
So this consent, to what chart datum can they exercise that consent?
I don't believe there's a limit to it.
It's whatever's existing now is what I got told this morning. It's the existing bathymetry, or whatever the current chart datums are for the areas. Excavated depths.
I don't read in here, unless I'm missing something, that there is a specified chart datum requirement of the conditions.
No, because that was one of the parts of the table I was trying to fill this morning. And in answer to that question, it was whatever's there now is they can go down to what it is now. Anything further is going to be capital dredging under this current proposal.
Up to the volumes allowed here.
That's
There
right,
would be
it's
the
limited by
only
its volume.
limit, it wouldn't be a target depth,
That's
it would
right.
be the only limit would be the volumetric limit.
It's not what I understood from this morning. Perhaps the applicant can just doubly clarify that. That this coastal permit we're talking about, which is V2, I'll just call it V2, authorises you to do maintenance dredging in the berths and swinging basin to the current bathymetry levels.
I have to double check it to be honest, but it's what we've been doing, yeah, all the time is to our current ones.
So when you say current, it's not the current bathymetry, it's the current, there's a level
There's a
presumably.
level, yes.
Yeah.
For our current draft of 9.7.
Yeah.
To maintain our current draft of 9.7.
In the basins as well as the swinging,
Yeah.
sorry, the berths as well as the 9.7 across that whole area.
9.7, the berth pockets they're deeper, I think it's 2.2, because they have to be deeper because the vessel sits there at high and low tide, so you gotta be lower directly at the berth pocket. Whatever else is a consistent depth around the swinging basin.
What, 9 point?
In terms of chart datum, it's 8.7, I believe.
8.7, and in the berths, sorry? Roughly
10.2, yeah.
10.2 chart datum.
10.2, yeah. They're about 1.5 meters deeper in the berth pocket because the vessel, obviously at low tide, will sit there.
And so if the current bathymetry is above those numbers, you could do maintenance dredging under this
Those
consent.
levels, that's what we've been maintaining our port to.
And your latest project was 2019.
2020.
We've been-
Those levels, yeah, the nation dredging we did.
If I can just interrupt so briefly, just to alert you, we've emailed to basically the table that Mr O'Boyle's produced with the actual volumes of maintenance dredging done, so you've got that now. If that's something you want to look at on that topic.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think it's worth just addressing, obviously, in terms of the term of the consent and the lapse period, it appears Southport are accepting of a term of 5 years, but wish to insist on a 10-year lapse period. my recommendation of that 5-year lapse period was mindful of the effects that are occurring and the measures and degree that they could go to avoid effects. And so while Mr. Beale, and I can't cite the exact paragraph, cited that, I might have ignored that. I think it was in relation to the need for a bond of what lengths Southport had gone to avoid effects. I have recognised those effects they're trying to avoid, and it's largely through the timing of the works, the slack or ebb tide activities in the soft sediment and swing basin, the berths, the disposal grounds restrictions, the marine fauna observations they're undertaking, and in my opinion, a 10-year period was questionable about whether those cumulative effects that may occur and the imposition it has on the harbour and other values and uses would be acceptable. And that was also bearing in mind the program that had been provided, which clearly said works could be done in 8 months, and we wish provision for a 24-month period to do it in two periods. So my recommendation was based on that still gave them another 3 years to assign the work, and that was, in my view, a fair and reasonable lapse period. Lapse period to have as a condition or have as a recommendation.
So what in your view is the effect or the danger or the risk with having a 10-year period? What is it?
My biggest consideration was on what repetitive works may impact on the receiving environments, particularly the disruption to some of the fauna such as little penguins and seabirds and marine mammals.
So just explain to me how that would change with a 5-year lapse or a 10-year lapse. How would that be?
So if the work was not carried out in short succession, but in repetitively over 10 years, that repetitive...
but that's the duration, not the lapse, isn't it?
True, that's very true. So I mean, if they, and this is, I guess, the Section 02 responses to why we asked why couldn't that work be programmed was largely around contingencies of either contractor availability, COVID or other situations. It'd be hard to comprehend that we would have 5 years of such disruptions, but...
If we park the term for a minute and just talk about lapse, which I thought you were talking about, you're still saying a 5-year lapse rather than a 10-year lapse. So how do the effects change whether Southport start in 5 years' time or whether they start in 10 years? And once they start, we'll talk about that, how long they've got to complete. But what's the effect of them allowing them to start in 10 years rather than, I mean, it just means their consent will disappear in 10 years' time if they don't use it, versus 5 years' time it will disappear if they don't.
I understand what you're asking, but I think I consider in light of the ability to exercise the Dean Coastal Permit and the 2012 permit as well.
So that the existing environment that you've made your assessment on could change over a 10-year period. They could do, obviously, repeat maintenance dredging. Are you saying that your assessment would then be out of date after 10 years?
Potentially.
So that would
and equally not the ability to consider those cumulative effects from monitoring those results of those exercising of the Dean Coastal Permit or the 2012 permit, with the addition of exercising the sort consent now.
So on that basis, you would still want a 5-year lapse?
That's my recommendation.
And that's because of the background effect of the maintenance, this other consent, which runs till 2037. And then, talking about the term of the consent, because you've crossed over there, you want them to finish in a shorter period as possible, even though they've reduced to 5 years.
Ideally, I could accept that 5-year term, but in a better outcome would be to do it in a shorter space of time, in my opinion.
And is this the link to some kind of incentive to get in there and get it done?
That's right.
And that's where you were going with the bond, was
That's
it?
right.
And do you still think that that's an appropriate use of a bond to incentivise performance rather than sort of non-compliance or any of those?
Yeah, I think I can understand people's concern around the bond for incentivising, because bonds should be used predominantly for the performance of execution of the consent and compliance with the conditions, or be the end at the bottom of the cliff to pick up the pieces and remediate what hasn't been done or what has occurred. And I think we've heard a bit today as well about the offsets and some acceptance of not maybe the bonds, but of an offset to compensate for effects. So from a philosophy perspective, while initially we put the philosophy of bond to Southport, that was rejected. That seems to have changed slightly, that it's not a bond, but it's an offset.
Are you now meaning in terms of the Little Penguin?
The Little Penguins, but which is a very different subject matter to the incentive bond that I was hoping to encourage.
About getting it done. So if we just separate the offset, that's got nothing to do with the bond. Let's take that out. So are you still of the view that it would be appropriate to impose a bond to try and get them to get in and get it done quickly?
I think it's helpful.
How would that bond be called on? Why would you call on it? For what purpose?
Are you suggesting something along the lines, let's just say, for example, you said, Southport, we want a $50,000 bond, and we'll hold that. But if you get done in 2 years, as you've told us you will, or a year, say, you get the whole 50,000 back. But if you didn't get done in 2 years,
right.
you get 40,000 done. If you didn't get done in 5, you'd lose your 50.
That was the way I posed it, and I mean, it could be used to assist with remediation of the seabed to reinstate the seabed if there was works that were left and they had full intention to go back.
So I'll set it separate again. So we talked before about the fact that if there were effects, adverse effects on whether it was the seagrass, the reserve, or in fact the channel didn't recolonise as it should for whatever reason, that's something that a performance bond could be used to offset. You're suggesting that is that kind of element.
And I guess the item 1 from my table 5, which is on page 74 of the 42 report, considered how that bond could be used.
What page, please?
74. It really does incentivise to speed up the work and not see that repetitive work over multiple years.
Could you not see that there in fact might be some environmental benefit to doing it in 2 parts?
Potentially, and I think it comes somewhat down to how the risks of those works are carried out, and what's increasingly become aware to me during the course of this hearing is the uncertainties of some of the compliance with conditions, or how performance standards should be applied to some of the conditions to address some of those risks.
Okay, I think I understand more where you're coming from. There's some different elements to it. And you still stand by all of those elements?
Yes.
But taking into account what you just said, that there could be some benefit in a 2-year project rather than a 8 months wish, then are you saying that anything more than 2 years would be not desirable? So you acknowledge that
I think it exposes
could,
more risk. I think it exposes more
Yeah.
risk, and that's why I've suggested 5 years could be some limit to try and reduce that duration risk, that period of risk.
So there could be some benefit to allowing a 2-year period that could in fact reduce the risk, you're acknowledging. But anything extending over a 2-year period, in your view, would increase the risk, and it becomes unacceptable after 5 years.
That's right.
So I just want to make sure I've got what you're saying right, because in your staff report, the applicant is in the original application requested a 10-year term. You presented information why you considered that should be 5 years. The applicant has accepted that and amended its profit conditions. Now you're saying it should be less than 5 years, is that correct?
I'm not saying it should be, I'm saying it would be beneficial, but I would accept 5 years.
Okay, next minute.
So I just want to turn a little bit to the provisions of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. I think this has come out loud and clear during the hearing with questions around specific policies that seek for as a precautionary measure and those to avoid effects. And a theme that came out of the 42A report, which is with my angle on it, was how far do you go to ensure that you're avoiding effects? And that's driven quite a bit around why suggested changes were made to the conditions and the work in progress that I see important to demonstrate those avoidance elements to stack up against the statutory provisions. And it's almost an exponential question about how far do you go to avoid effects? Because you could say, well, let's just not do the activity and you will be avoiding effects. Two, the activity could occur and you could still avoid some of those significant effects that the NPS is seeking to protect, or the precautionary approach to address the risks. I feel that...
NPS?
Sorry, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's, I think, one of the key things for my evaluation of the conditions were to ensure that we're satisfied that the application stacks up against those statutory provisions, that the conditions have enough performance, enough meat on the bone to be able to tangibly say this is how we're avoiding them and it'll be measured in this way. And that's been really tricky with, for example, typically you would have modelling that gives you that data to tell you where the reasonable mixing zone would be, where you'd do monitoring. We don't have that. We have an adaptive system, which as Mr. White alluded to, I accept as a philosophy. It's probably maybe an acceptable philosophy of doing it, but to do so you need performance standards still as a backup to suggest when you would actually hit the certain tiers, or whether you've got a visual clarity as a measurable value, and that is not known at this stage. So that led to us to a lot of uncertainties, and it came out through this report, through the 42A report, around the uncertainties and risks presented as a result of that. But I personally am still of opinion that there is a pathway of approval potentially for this consent with those conditions and the performance standards attached to the conditions sufficiently such that the decision makers are satisfied, certainly that avoidance can be demonstrated as far as reasonably practical, and there's a way of measuring that.
What's your understanding of the word avoidance? What does that mean?
So I think, well, if you took case law like King Salmon case, obviously avoidance means there isn't an effect.
Zero.
Zero.
Shall not.
Yes, that's right. Whereas I think in this circumstance, the context is really critical, because these effects can already occur at the moment from exercising existing consents. There is already a working environment of a port, which if they were to say, well, this port isn't viable because for whatever reasons, is there another port comparable nearby or able to provide the services that are being sought? So I think the context is quite critical in terms of, along with the context of things like the high suspended sediment that's already in the harbour. And so from my experience of mixing studies in Akaroa Harbour, Littleton Harbour, Wainak River, Grey River, the variability is quite significant in all these environments, and in this environment, it's a very dynamic coastal environment from what I've read, from what I've gone and seen. To then develop a mixing zone that's robust for all situations, I think would be near impossible. I think specifically targeted for the basins or the swing basin or the berths may be possible, particularly if you've got a control site and a means of whether even some dire studies are done to go and determine what is a reasonable mixing zone, even if it's based on just visual clarity.
I want to go back to policy 11 because when you spoke about policy 11 just now, you used avoid, and then in the same breath you said avoid significant effects. They're two different things. It's 11A and B. So 11A refers to avoid effects on certain taxa and habitats, if they're certain threat statuses, and that's the test. Is there an effect on that? And you heard my questions of Dr. Childerhouse and others about what level of effect does that relate to? Is it an individual? Is it a local population? Is it a national population? What's your understanding of that level of effect that policy 11A is dealing with?
I personally think that in the context of this case, is that I would align and agree with Mr. Beale's answer that it is a localised regional environment, not
Local population.
local population, not individual.
And those effects, because you said there's other effects going on, so that includes cumulative effects. So do you think that the effects of this proposal, together with existing effects, avoids an effect on a local population of any of the species we've looked at? Does it pass because policy 11 is an environmental bottom line, and that's reasonably clear in the case law.
I think it does, but the conditions to make that happen aren't quite there. That they potentially are there, and the philosophy's there. The details of understanding the performance standards to agree that it is avoided are not all there.
So you're suggesting that conditions should be imposed to mitigate the effects to an acceptable level so that those effects are avoided?
That's right. So, for example, let's just pick something like marine fauna observers.
I just want to clarify, so you said yes, that the duty is to impose conditions to mitigate effects to the tests of policy 11.
It's for the applicant to prove that there are conditions that can do that.
And that they can comply with those by the activity that they're proposing.
That's right.
Yeah. And do you think those environmental bottom lines or triggers, whatever ends up in conditions, you said there was a pathway forward to condition that. What is that pathway and what evidence is that based on?
So I guess it's having confidence in the philosophy of what they're doing, that they can develop the performance standards and the conditions to provide those to us.
To us being who?
The decision makers.
Who's that?
Yourselves, as decision makers of the consent. So
that's based on 6 months of monitoring.
That's right, but also, so it's a question of, I think continuing my term, if there's a question of 6 months of monitoring to prove that before you make a decision is a different decision from making a decision to set them a task of going and doing that monitoring to come back and validate those results. And if those results are not proven, whether that's you can't exercise this consent unless you find those same outcomes that was anticipated in our decision, or whether you adjourn the hearing and say you've got 6 months to go and get that information now.
What are you recommending?
I haven't actually turned my mind to the order of process that you might proceed with or what I would do in your shoes.
Yes, your duty is to help us.
Yes. Without seeing that monitoring program, it's pretty hard to see, to say categorically, go away and do that now. When you come back, we can make a decision.
Would it be fair to say that you're struggling to see a pathway with the adaptive management approach that's been put forward at the moment, but that you see maybe some potential pathway through the discussions, there could be a way through in terms of targeting the riskier activities.
That's right, and equally, if a precautionary stance was taken on what performance standards were imposed, they could just say, let's make it really hard for themselves, which I suspect will drive a different conversation about how long they need consent for.
And you would agree that the minor or transitory qualifiers that some people have put in their evidence when they've come to a conclusion minor, would you agree that that doesn't meet policy 11?
No, because policy 11 is seeking to avoid, and then taking a hierarchical approach after there, but the primary thing is about avoiding.
Yes. I think case law would direct us that that only applies to policy 13 and 15, minor and transitory. So you would agree that for an effect to be minor, it still needs to be avoided.
That's right.
Anything finished on that topic? Okay, you two now. Anything further from?
No, other than I think we've covered 107 in the mixing zone sufficiently. The only other.
So your view there is you accept what you've heard? The 200 metres is reasonable?
Well, I think it needs to be validated about what is appropriate, whether 200 metres or lesser. There was a question that came up in the workshop in November with Southport about whether you go chasing for the monitoring results, i.e. you take a proactive approach around the mixing zone and determine, let's find what contaminants are coming from the discharge, or whether you set a reasonable mixing zone and have an area which you'll have non-compliant, but thereafter you'll be in a position of compliance. The same can be said for the marine fauna observation. When you consider the TPs and the permanent zone, and where those three radiuses were illustrated to us yesterday, there were gaps in them. And of the three land-based observers, which I must clarify, Mr. White and myself both previously assumed all the observations were going to be by boat until recently during the course of this hearing really to understand that the observation was going to be land-based. And so do you proactively try and look beyond the heads of the harbour of incoming marine mammals or fauna and be proactive about trying to cite them, or do you cite those people in the three positions that were shown looking at the permanent zone? And my view is you'd be better off trying to target, avoiding the effects by targeting the species to go, well, let's try and find them if they are coming in the entrance of the harbour. So while it's all been centred on the permanent zone, actually to be proactive and avoid the effects, you'd surely try and target to avoid them coming into the harbour.
Is that your view or Mr. White's?
I've spoken to Mr. White about that this morning, and I thought he was going to be addressing that point.
I just kicked myself for not asking the question about.
The other commentary I spoke to him about this morning was the fact that, and the benefits of somewhere like Littleton is that you have vantage points that are reasonably high. In this location, the height above the tide mark or the waterline is not that well elevated. It could be 5 to 10 metres. The information that Mr. White's going to send through around search and rescue is that a lot of those boats actually have towers that are sitting somewhere 3 to 4 metres above the water, but they're right out on the water. The benefit of somewhere like Littleton, you've got vantage points that you're high up and you can see, and you've got pretty steep faces. You're not that far as the bird flies out to the water edge.
I think they might have used towers there actually sitting out. The reclamation's gone so far out into the middle of the harbour that it is quite a fair distance to. Yeah.
I just want to we're talking about reasonable mixing zone, often the regional plans or coastal plan has guidance by way of either policy or note somewhere in there about how to determine and what goes into the determination of reasonable mixing. Is there anything in the Southland plans that provides that guidance?
I would have to go back and have another look, but from my experience of many regional plans, they have that guidance mainly around rivers, less so estuarine or harbour environments.
I've seen them in quite a few coastal plans, so I'm interested to know if there's any guidance
Okay.
that we should be
Happy
looking at.
to look into that and come back.
So just on, the mixing donor, you said the 200 metre needs to be validated and like Commissioner Leffring, I'm used to seeing a lot of information about how you come up with an appropriate mixing zone. But in this case, you could argue that the contaminants of concern are suspended sediment. And that the effect on most foraging would be a visual effect or whatever. So you come back to what are we protecting? We're probably trying to protect the seagrass beds. So if the seagrass beds are X distance away, is that something that would be something that should be weighed into that 200 metres? That if you are calling it a zone of non-compliance and you're going to come up with a reasonably precautionary threshold of acceptable change, then would that...
I think you can take a lot of confidence from that because that is probably the most sensitive receiving environment from the discharge. I guess I was more guided and whether it was the right thing to do or not, I just literally took Schedule 3 of the Act and stuck it in as Condition 13A to demonstrate this is the sort of water quality standards that might be typically expected, which many of them are non-applicable in this environment. But it was to lead Southport into a position of understanding the driver behind 107.
Yeah. Anything further, people?
I've just got one bit of commentary around cultural effects. There's been some discussion about the unconditional written approval. And I guess Runanga provided a CIA, which essentially, in my evaluation, was a statement of values, interests of this environment, and hence what we asked for further information and subsequently got the addendum, which was really helpful. And I think the balance here is, I can actually applaud Southport for their efforts around partnering with iwi and see that that's a really positive measure in terms of other drivers of the Act, particularly Section 6E, Section 7 and 8. But equally, when the CIA talks about that there are significant cultural effects, I don't take that lightly. And I took that to mean that we need to be concerned about some of these cultural effects, irrespective of the saying they are supportive of the proposal. And insofar as the partnership that they have obviously developed with Southport has now spilled into conditions of consent, and I think conditions, which ones they are, 51 and, just try and find them. Condition 15 and 54 both have reference to matters that require confirmation or consultation with the local runanga, which I believe this came up in the conferencing session in November, where essentially the Southport team confirmed that they were volunteer conditions, which simply in my mind means we may need to replicate a condition which isn't reliant on a third-party agreement, because or else Environment Southland get themselves in a very difficult position of mediating from the agreement that might be in some MOU, which they're not privy to what they might need as a performance standard from those conditions. So I think we just need to be mindful of the partnership and what's been achieved in that space in relation to how it's flowed through. I don't believe we could accept it as a unconditional written approval, particularly where it's tagged with conditions through the CIA and the addendum to it, and that's flowed into conditions.
Question is, but it concerns me somewhat. My question to you was, do you now accept that through the clarification that it is unconditional approval? I mean, they've said in black and white, we provide unconditional approval. The fact that the applicant has proffered some conditions saying that they'll consult with them doesn't, to me, negate or undermine the written approval. Am I hearing you wrong, or do you see it differently?
Well, the challenge there is, so the conditions that have been tagged there, the final placement of the turbidity meters, so we're subject to consultation and confirmation, and methodology and specific site guidance is to be finalised by the consent holder in consultation with Runanga for a ecological impact assessment within the Maitaito. So that may be a condition which they have a site agreement with, or I'm not sure what it is under they have that they've brought into the consent. All I'm saying is that shouldn't replicate the responsibility of Environment Southland to have conditions which address where turbidity meters should be placed or the purpose that they serve.
So if we, through this process, and I think you've seen our approach, set these things and make it clearer, you know, condition 54 is one we've highlighted as needs a lot of work. If we're clear about what's required and what those performance standards are that to be met for the council.
So will that be a new condition or the same condition?
Well, I'm not sure what form it will take, but Mr. Beale has taken down a lot of notes of what we've said about what those surveys would look like, how many of them, whether they'd be transects, quadrants, what they'd be. If that detail's in there, does it matter that the applicant's proffered to?
So long as they don't contradict each other, obviously, of expectations.
I mean, the conditions will be the conditions set. I mean, that really then is all there is to it. The applicant will go off and consult with the Runanga. To me, that doesn't undermine.
So if Runanga didn't agree with that condition, then does it not undermine?
Well, I think they've signed an unconditional written approval, so we're disregarding any effect of them anyway.
So my experience is that's why councils insist on written approvals coming in the official form.
So we have case law now, which I haven't read, but I'm going to turn to my colleague because I know he's a much bigger SWAT than me and would have read it last night.
Page 41.
Does that support?
I can't know.
You're not sure?
No.
You're worried so you're still worried about the prescribed form?
I'm worried about it because I guess it's sort of part of.
Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Are you still concerned that the written approval wasn't provided on the prescribed form?
I've evaluated that it was not a written approval.
And the implication of that is essentially what you're saying is that the contents of the CIA are relevant in our considerations, and the cultural effects identified are relevant. We don't disregard those.
No.
That's the implication.
That's right.
Whereas if you accept it as a written approval.
That's right.
My next question was going to be on your page 21, where you've said in the absence of any independent technical audit of the CIA. My question is really, what would that be? I mean, in my experience, I've never seen anybody audit a CIA, because the CIA is somebody's document of somebody's values and their relationship. I mean, nobody comes and says, you're wrong, I disagree, you know, I've got this view. To me, a CIA is something that you wouldn't audit.
So I have had the experience where cultural assessment has been provided to a team working on in Littleton in submarine pipelines, and the risk profile that was presented in that CIA, there was a lot of speculation about how they came to that conclusion of the risk profile of a submarine pipeline.
You might have forgotten that I was the commissioner on that case.
Sorry?
You might have forgotten I was the commissioner on that
Right.
pipeline.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody ever questioned the views or the relationships held in that CIA, did they?
But the views changed in the CIA over time, which you might not have been privy to during the course of the development of the project.
But they also didn't provide written approval either, did they? They were in opposition. Okay. Okay, well, you've given us the implications there. Right, shall we move on to any questions on the report? I'm just going to do a quick flip through. You've actually hit most of them on the head, Mr. Peacock, so we won't take long.
Cover all of mine.
In terms of if the monitoring shows that recolonisation is slow or doesn't occur, or it shows the Matatai Reserve has been adversely affected, my question is then what? This would be where some kind of offset would kick in.
Yes.
And otherwise, if you didn't have that, you'd just be documenting the decline.
That's right.
And that offset would have to be directly related in terms of not compensation, it would be a like for like.
As much as possible.
Yeah. Well, policy 11 doesn't allow you to pay money to visit, so it would have to be like
Yes.
to like,
Absolutely.
yeah. We've moved on. In your page 42, last sentence of the paragraph starting my evaluation, you said this could also mean that if the trials prove inconsistent with the AEE, Southport may not be able to exercise this consent. You would agree that that's a risk for them?
That's right.
Okay, well, we're not going to take it any further, bearing in mind that we expect there would be some commentary to go along with the revised conditions at your final say. But in saying that, I do want to stipulate that we don't want to hear any rehashing of the evidence or anything. We really do only want responses to the revised conditions only, and then we'd expect you to take that a step further to your final recommendation. Same with your technical experts, happy for them to provide commentary to go with it, and ideally you would do that track change with a comment beside it. But if you had to say a little bit more than that, again targeted at the conditions, then happy for your reviewers to also provide some commentary.
Okay.
That's pretty clear. Okay, anything else? Okay, unless anyone's got anything to raise, Charlotte?
I'd just like to wrap up a couple of things that you've been asked for in outstanding, just to wrap
Yep,
up on those.
and I've got a
Again,
few
with-
notes here, so we
yeah,
can
and
swap
then
those.
perhaps if we'll just talk about process from here.
Yep.
I wanted to raise with you. Firstly, Dr. Childerhouse is going to put in writing some response to you on some questions he has, so he's been working on that, he's fine today, so once we receive that, we'll forward that to Ms. Bragg, she can pass that on. The second matter that you asked about, which we had on our list to respond to, and perhaps I'll outline the position we've got to. It's about Dr. Stevenson's 2020 meter that he footnoted the source of that, and we've got to the bottom of where that came, and I'll explain it to you, and if you want anything more we can press that. Essentially, Dr. Pine explains that that was a figure discussed by him at a consultation workshop in which Dr. Stevenson was present or involved in, so they talked around that, and Dr. Stevenson obviously recollects that and put it in his evidence. He footnoted that it came from the Marshall Day report, which it didn't because it wasn't in there. So that's where that came from.
Can we just change that while we're talking?
Yeah,
Stevenson page.
So it was a footnote to his. What period is it?
25, page 10.
Page 10. So,
Yeah, so he had in brackets reference in Styles Group Consulting Advice Note 27 August 2020. I suppose from our perspective and talking yesterday to Dr. Pine, that should be referenced in discussions with Dr. Pine.
So was it just discussions between the two?
At a stakeholder workshop, I understand, where they were both dealing with that issue. So I certainly wasn't present, but Dr. Pine relayed it to me yesterday. So that's the reason for the slight confusion in terms of that citation.
So there's no evidence provided
No,
to
Dr.
support that?
Pine said, yes, we certainly talked about it, but we didn't put it in the report. We focused on the PTS and the TTS as the critical factors.
Does he have that information? Could be useful to,
Dr. Pine?
yeah, how that number got calculated,
Yeah, we can ask.
because it's a new concept.
Yes, I know, it's a behavioural. We can ask Dr. Pine where he may have sourced that 2020 metres.
that would be good if he could provide that in writing with
Yeah.
Dr. Childerhouse's tidy up the year as well.
And I'd just like to engage with you on process from here, and
Just before you, I wonder if we just finish the shopping list.
Yeah.
And some of it's not yours, some of it's others. So you've addressed the scope issue of rock from the swing basin, that one's off.
Yes.
I could take 107 off the list. I think you're going to have to address it in your right of reply,
Sure. Yes.
obviously, but I'll take it off the list of further to provide. So, what was the Dr. Childerhouse? We've got Dr. Pine's stuff there. You're going to confirm the date of the consultation with Mr. Lawson regarding the marine farms. And we've now got a record of the dredge volumes provided. And then the other one's for you, Mr. Peacock, which is to come back to us on any guidance from the regional coastal policy stand on the mixing zones.
I've just found it.
So there is some guidance there.
There is some guidance from that, essentially referencing back to the Act.
I love these helpful plans. So can you give us a reference there?
So it's here, section 7.2.3 on page
7.2.3.
on page 11. That spills over into page 12. Where it does go on to talk about multiple mixing zones where scale has changed from the fish farm.
Okay, so that was, well done, Mr. Garbutt, you had the, everything there that you needed to provide, thank you.
Yes, I just want to really talk with you procedurally at the moment. From that perspective, we appreciate the constructive and thoughtful feedback. In terms of questions to the experts, clearly Mr. Beale has picked up and will do some work on conditions. The intention is that he will provide a updated set following consultation with Mr Peacock, and I would present that as part of the closing reply, and to identify if there's anything that the applicant disagrees with, or identify that, but that would be proposed in that way. The other probably more substantive issue is the question of the limits and the trigger levels that Ms Miller is considering. She is, as you heard her in evidence, has been and continues to gather data to further her work on that, as you heard her express. The applicant would like to be able to put itself in a position where it's able to rely on the evidence of Ms Miller to develop those data set and to test the correlation, as you've questioned her on, and encapsulate those into conditions to put before you to consider, rather than leave that hanging and ask you to make a decision and then try and have some mechanism to encapsulate that in due course. Obviously the question is, how long will that take? We've been talking with Ms Miller overnight, and she has some data, but it's a constant and ongoing thing, as you'll appreciate. So we would like that you adjourn the hearing, provide the applicant a month to continue their work, and perhaps report back to you on progress, or if Ms Miller's work goes well, she will feed into Mr Beale's work and suggest recommended conditions along those lines to try and fill that data gap that we currently have. So the idea being, from certainly our perspective, that Mr Beale will continue his work on conditions and reach a hold point where he wishes to receive from Ms Miller her recommended data set to encapsulate and work with her on developing that condition. And then those two experts would provide that final set of conditions to you for consideration, is how we would like to proceed. We think that's, in light of the serious questions that you raised, we certainly take that on board and would like to have that opportunity. So that would, if you agreed to that, then it would be a matter of adjourning. We would carry on all the other work, and Ms Miller would run in parallel with Mr Beale to be able to then submit a reply and a final set. And whether it's achievable in 1 month, or we can at that point signal how much longer it might take, we're just not sure. We're hopeful that we can get to that point in sort of a month from now, but with field studies and report writing, we just can't be 100% sure about that. So to the extent you need it, we would consent to an adjournment and any sort of time waiver if needed to achieve that, to provide the applicant that opportunity.
Just thinking about the timing of conditions and then going into submitters as well before the one.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So one thing we don't want to have is your right of reply and the revised conditions together. We would like, one, to reserve you the position to respond is through the right of reply as the appropriate mechanism. So we would like to have a two-stage process. We would like to have the revised conditions perhaps in a month's time. And we're even happy not to set a date for that, because although we're expected to, keep things moving without any undue delay, really the ball is in your court in terms of urgency. So if you're happy to proceed without us setting a time frame, that if it was 6-8 weeks, then that's really your problem, and we obviously our problem to schedule it into our work schedules whenever it falls on our desk is always a difficult problem. But then we would issue a minute at that stage when we can see where the conditions are going, and the minute would be along the lines of giving direction to the parties that these would be circulated by the council. There would probably be some 10-15 working days or something like that, bearing in mind there's a few experts' hands for them to go through, and also to submitters, making it quite clear that it would be comments on conditions only, and perhaps even in relation to some of the dredge volumes, because I think that is new information today. And then setting a time frame for those to be received by the council, again circulated to the parties, and then giving perhaps
Issues, yeah.
yeah, some time just for the reporting officer to make his comments. So we would really treat submitters different than a step for the council and then back to you for a final reply and a final proposed set. And then just to make it really clear, that is the set that we will assess. And for the company men in the room, really this process, there is the ability to make any amendments to your application so long as they're within the scope of, as long as they're no greater, right up until that right of reply. So you still have the ability to change things to meet concerns or jigging things around right up to the 11th hour, is what I'm alluding to. And I'm not saying that I'm directing you that way, but it's just very clear that is how things go. So that final set will obviously be what you want, and that is what we will assess. We won't be assessing that if we did this and chopped this bit off, or did this and that, it would cross the line. It'll be a yes or no. We may tinker with conditions if it was a yes, but we won't be changing your project to fit the law.
Can I just add?
Sure.
The only question I have is the work that Ms Miller will be doing to support the revised set of conditions down the track. We would expect some sort of a short memo report from her.
Yes.
In terms of populating how those numbers came and what the data was, correlations. Do you anticipate that would come in with your right of reply?
No,
earlier?
I think that would be earlier to support the conditions. So Mr Beale will need that to understand what's been done. So I would see that as an input into that set of conditions and run in parallel with the conditions to explain to you and the officers and everyone else, rather than just a number in isolation will be.
Yeah, because that information technically could be construed as new evidence, and we may choose to question Ms Miller on that.
I understand that.
So we would decide at that point whether in fact we thought any benefit in reconvening the hearing, or whether we could ask questions via writing or whatever at that point, hence that we'll issue a minute. But yeah, Commissioner Leffering's right that obviously that would be evidence that would be new for your reviewers, and that would open up any comment obviously on her evidence in particular.
But I fully accept it's important to understand the basis for that and what your methodology is, and be available for questions if there are any.
Yes. So, and depending on the significance of that, whether or not we would reconvene or not.
Yes. No, it's obviously we're in your hands with that, but that's as we see the steps we would like to take to address that issue.
So if you're comfortable without us issuing a minute, because as soon as we issue a minute, it all gets very official, and then you'll be asking for time extensions and so forth. So if everybody's comfortable that we'll just take it that we're adjourning the hearing without a time frame, on the basis that you do accept that for section 37 is required, that the applicant agrees to that, and that.
Can I just get instructions on that, just so that Frank might not know what you're talking, is that all right?
Yes, that's sure.
Yes, so.
You know where I'm going?
Yeah, absolutely. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, just, that's consented to,
Actually, better than a section 37 would be if you requested formally just via email to Ms Bragg that the application be suspended, the processing of the application be suspended under section 91A.
pending the applicant providing further
Any
information.
further information.
Yeah.
I think that's the cleanest
Okay.
way forward.
Yeah, that does
And then as soon as you provide the information, the hold will come off.
That's fine, we can accommodate that.
So I'll just make a note.
The applicant will request processing is suspended.
Does it need to be in writing?
I'll flick out a timeframe for you.
We'll, on behalf of the applicant, write to Ms Bragg to that effect today.
It would be good. So, Claire, we'll just adjourn today. The application will be suspended and until such time as Ms Miller's evidence and the revised conditions. And again, if Mr Beale has to give some commentary with those conditions, that's fine as well. Yeah, it would be very helpful to separate that process out from the little bits of information. So Dr Childerhouse and Dr Pine's information that comes in, as soon as you could provide it, it'd be good.
We'll just provide that to Ms
Because
Bragg
the
when
other
it's
stuff
addressed.
will be circulated as one bundle to the submitters, so we want to keep it as clean as possible.
Yeah, so we'll just produce those when we have them to Ms Bragg, and yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, without any further ado then, we will adjourn the hearing. Thank you very much, everybody, and particularly to Ms Bragg for getting us in the room together, because I don't think this kind of dialogue and free-flowing discussion would have happened over Zoom. It just doesn't operate like that, does it? So thank you very much, everybody. We will head out to the port. I expect, what are we, about 20 minutes driving out there?
Yeah.
So let's say 3:45. We'll try and be at the main office at about 3:45.
Who do we ask for?
Sorry?
Who do we ask for?
Yeah, I've got Jamie, and I've got his phone number here.
Oh, but we'll just,
We'll advise security that you're coming.
Okay.
To get the building.
have you got Jamie's number there, just in case we can't find the right person?
021
021
358
358
10.
Great, thank you very much. The hearing is adjourned.
Thank you very much.